entering day 5. We're going to have the latest and new information now about a years-old warning about structural damage of the site.
Also, Hoda's going to stop by from St. Louis, where the U.S. Olympic women's gymnastics team was just revealed, led, of course, by Simone Biles. And right after they were selected, Hoda sat down with the entire group to talk about reaching their dreams and the quest for gold.
It's hard to know who's more excited. I mean, she's fired up. And since Hoda's on assignment, guess what?
What?
I got to hang with Jenna on the 4th hour, and we caught up with Megan Fox.
Oh, wow. You ready, SG?
Oh, I'm ready.
It's time.
Today
In 30.
Let's get started with NBC's Morgan Chesky. Morgan, good morning to you.
Yeah, Savannah, Craig, good morning. And that report showed significant issues with the construction of Champlain Tower South. And while repairs were being made, many fear it was too little, too late. Now, overnight here at the scene, rescue crews staying busy, using a trench dug over the weekend to go deeper inside that rubble, searching for any signs of life.
Here in Surfside, a desperate race against time.
We are 100% in rescue mode. We are actively searching for live victims.
The Army Corps of Engineers joining an international team of search and rescue workers, all with a singular focus, getting deeper inside the massive pile of debris.
We don't have a resource problem. We just have a time problem. We have a weather problem, and we had a fire problem, but thank God, I think that is abated.
Maggie Castro of Florida's Division of Emergency Management says they're working with incredible care in case of a miracle.
It's extremely delicate because if there are any potential void spaces, those are the spaces that we look for that could potentially hold a live victim.
Of the 9 confirmed victims, 8 have been identified. Pictures of the 152 still missing lining nearby blocks. The reason behind the terrifying collapse is still unknown. But a newly surfaced engineering report from 2018 warned there was evidence of major structural damage at the condo, including abundant cracking in concrete columns, beams, and walls below the pool deck and entrance drive. As for residents who live in remaining parts of the complex, FEMA is partnering with the Red Cross to offer temporary housing, as both town and county inspectors assess the building's safety. The mayor urging caution.
You know, residents have asked me how I feel about it, and I'm not able to tell them that I think the building's safe.
Miami-Dade County officials are now inspecting every building 40 years or older under its jurisdiction.
This, as far as we know and hope, is an anomaly, but the investigation is going to be ongoing.
Morgan, it just breaks your heart, and I know there's still so much hope for those families. They're trying to just cling to the belief that maybe some of those loved ones could be found.
Yeah, Savannah, you're absolutely right, and a tough reality is starting to sink in. At the Family Assistance Center just up the road from where I'm standing, families are getting multiple updates each and every day. They're pressing authorities here to go faster in this search, but they are well aware that this is an incredibly precarious situation. They're holding out hope right now, but know that their biggest enemy here isn't resources on the ground, but time. Savannah?
And the difficulty of that task. Morgan, thank you very much. In the meantime, the reopening of America is taking another new step forward over the weekend. The first major cruise ship in 15 months with paying passengers set sail from a U.S. port. The voyage giving us an inside look at the industry's future. And NBC's Carrie Sanders is on board this morning. Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, Savannah. There is a lot riding on this first cruise with paying passengers from a U.S. port. Can the cruise ship industry resume and prevent coronavirus from getting on board? And if there is a COVID case, can they isolate that passenger to prevent it from spreading? This morning, as we look at this stunning sunrise, we're rounding Cuba right now. We're looking at what believes to be a very good start. We're 3 days in. There are no reported health problems, not even a passenger who is seasick.
This morning in the Gulf of Mexico, the cruise ship Edge. But before any paying passengers could be cheered, new rules. Vaccine cards not mandatory, but encouraged.
Somebody gets on board, they don't want to show a vaccine passport, they're unvaccinated. What is different for them?
It involves some other things, extra testing, because we want to make sure that we prevent any kind of spread. It also involves having to wear masks.
On board the Edge, 99% of passengers and crew vaccinated. Grace Moomert and 23 other kids are too young to get a vaccine.
How is it that you're on board?
I got tested, and we had to see the results before I could get on board.
2 adults on board are also not vaccinated. Like crew members, they have to wear masks. Among the most visible changes, the self-serve buffets.
Does it matter to you that they serve you rather than you just serving yourself, taking as much as you want?
No. I like it much better being served. I don't like touching spoons that everybody else touched. It's just too much.
Almost 3 weeks ago, 2 passengers tested positive on the Millennium after a dry run with new protocols.
Our objective is, unlike what you see on land in so many places, we can contain it. We can make sure that if there is a case, it remains a case and rather than an outbreak.
Meanwhile, on land, the fight against COVID is not over. The dangerous Delta variant spreading rapidly among the unvaccinated, especially in some southern states. But America is reopening. New York City's Pride celebration back with packed streets. And after staying dark for 15 months, the first Broadway show featuring Bruce Springsteen opened up to a packed and fully vaccinated audience.
The excitement level is at an all-time high.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food. Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen. Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Oh, hey, Today in 30. Good to see you. Hey, guess what? I'm going to have a really cool interview with Team USA. They're getting selected as we speak, and as soon as they get picked, guess who gets to sit down with them? Me! Watch Today in 30. Hey, nice talking to you.
We're back now, 25 days to go into the opening ceremony of the Tokyo Olympics.
I have to say, I love Olympic Hoda.
Yeah.
Out of the studio, sweatshirt.
Unbelievable.
She's so pumped up. She's getting me pumped up for Tokyo. She's also going to help us meet 6 remarkable athletes who just made their Olympic dreams a reality.
She's even wearing the uniform.
I know.
The U.S. women's gymnastics team was selected in St. Louis late last night, and after they revealed who else would they sit with first, our Hoda.
Oh.
Of course.
SG, guys, it was so much fun. If you weren't pumped for the Olympics yesterday, you are today. The energy in the dome behind me was electric. You could literally feel it. It was packed. 21,000 strong in the audience. They were cheering, they were screaming, they were doing the wave, and there was some serious star power on this team, okay? We all know and we all love Simone Biles, okay? She's going to be joined by 5 other phenomenal athletes who are ready for Tokyo, and you're going to want to know these names. Here we go. Are you ready? Simone, Michaela, Jordan, Suni, Jade, and Grace.
Let's hear it for your women's gymnastics team, USA!
It's the moment that changed their lives forever. Meet the 6 stars who will shine bright for Team USA in Tokyo. Raise your hand if you're freaking out. Simone, you too?
Yeah, I mean, it's so real. It's been a long journey.
Simone Biles.
There's one the world already knows very well, Simone Biles.
Spectacular.
The greatest of all time, ready to add more medals to her collection.
Wow.
An alternate for the Rio Games, Michaela Skinner will finally have her time on the Olympic stage.
This is wild.
18-year-old Suni Lee is ready to make her mark too.
She's a rock star.
20-year-old Jordan Childs, named after basketball legend Michael Jordan, now proving that she is a force to be reckoned with.
Nice technique.
2 more new faces who will now be household names, Grace McCullum and Jade Carey.
A ton of difficulty.
All ready to go for gold in Tokyo. But it was an emotional road to get here. Simone, I know you, and I've known you for a long time, and I love you dearly and deeply. When I see your emotions on display, I feel you.
Yeah.
Just describe how you're feeling this time around.
A little bit more tired this time around. I'm a little bit older, so I get tired quicker. But I was really happy, but I was just sad because everybody came out here to watch us, and I didn't give them my best performance.
Not her best, but still the best. And while the crowd celebrated her with a standing ovation, it was Simone who turned around and cheered on her teammate and friend, Jordan Childs. Jordan.
Yes.
You're going to the Olympic Games. You, my friend, are an Olympian. Simone Biles wrapped her arms around you in that moment. Tell me what it felt like to know you made that team.
It was honestly the most amazing feeling of my life. Having her by my side 24/7 and giving me encouraging words every day definitely helped, and it was very motivational.
Y'all are cute, Biles and Childs. Michaela, this dream, some dreams take a long time. Some happen overnight, and some take a while, but as they always say, your dream is right on time.
Mm-hmm.
So as you venture out and you realize that you're about to step into a big dream, how will you sleep tonight? What will you be thinking about?
I don't think I'll be sleeping. Even after last Olympics, kind of being so close to it, I'm really glad that I never gave up my dream and I kept going.
You had a tough year, boy. I mean, I know that you went through a lot. I know you had COVID. I know you were hospitalized. I know that you wondered, am I ever going to get back to my performing best? Look at you.
I know. I survived.
Who's the oldest one? Is it Simone or is it you?
It's me.
Wait,
Michaela's me beat by 3 months.
Yeah.
So you're both 24, you're 3 months older? So you no longer have the elder statesman title? Grandma has gone over there?
I feel like we both share. It's like 50-50.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, you all do kind of care for the other members of your team.
Yeah, of course.
And what do you get out of that, Simone?
We get our youth back. I mean, they keep us going, especially in those workouts in the gym. And we've had such hard times, but seeing the younger ones come up, it's been motivational.
What freaks me out about watching you guys, and literally I was binge eating while you all were competing, but it just struck me, you guys, that you practice since you're a child, and it comes down to 30 seconds, 1 minute. So Grace, describe that feeling.
Yeah, I think you just have to remember, I've done 1,000 of these routines in the gym, so you just have to trust yourself and trust your gymnastics and that you know what you're doing.
For Suni, this isn't only her dream come true, but her dad's. Her biggest fan has faced his own challenges. Just 2 years ago, an accident left him paralyzed. I wasn't sure if I was more emotional watching you or watching your dad up there.
Yeah.
Did you feel him?
I did. It took me a minute to realize that I was going to the Olympics, but I looked up there and I knew that he was very emotional, and so was the rest of my family.
Well, I loved in one of your interviews you said you didn't describe it as your dream, you said it was our dream.
This has been our dream for the longest, basically since I was a baby. He's been by my side through everything, so to have him here at the Olympic trials with me is something that was so amazing.
Just the dismount.
Come on, Jade.
Very nice.
Jade's going to the Olympics. Oh my gosh, has that just sunk in? I mean, your dad's coaching you, you're going to the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I'm really excited, and I'm really glad that I have my dad to share it with.
That is true. So your dad's going to be, is that your dad the only parent who's going to be there? Yeah, right, because he's coaching. Yeah. Well, your dad's going to have to share and help out with everybody. I feel like there's a lightness with you guys that I remember it in Rio, but it feels even a little lighter. Like, I don't know, it's like everyone seems to really want to have fun.
So it's kind of been fun to see that more.
Yeah.
I feel like we're just really enjoying our gymnastics.
You guys, we are going to be cheering you on. You may not have your moms and your dads and your friends, but you'll have us.
We have Hoda.
Oh, they're going to have all of us, you guys. They are on fire. I can't tell you how emotional and beautiful it was. You saw Simone have that stumble on the beam, and she got very emotional afterwards. She says all of her emotions are heightened, but she came back. She did a great job. So we're pumped, man. We're ready for Tokyo.
Yes, we are.
Pumping us up, Hoda. You should go speak to every American team that's going to compete in Tokyo and just give them like a hype speech.
Oh, Carson, they are so ready for us. And I have to tell you, listening to that crowd scream, they were doing the wave like it was insane in there. It was like being at a rock concert, Carson. So I think it's going to be different there. They're going to be relying on each other. But I said, man, they got Team NBC. They got nothing to worry about. We'll be there with them.
I mean, the one-woman cheerleading section known as Hoda Kotb will get everyone a gold medal. Hoda, awesome job. Come on home. We love it.
Love y'all.
All right.
Bye, okay, see you guys. Thanks.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Hey, Today in 30, I'm Tom Llamas, and my favorite thing about the Miss Angela film was, of course, the music and the story. It is so personal and so special. I hope you guys really enjoy watching this. I know we loved it. I watched it with my family and my kids, and we all learned so much. So, Today in 30, check it out, Miss Angela.
When you want to do something, you don't have to think in how old are you. Do it.
94-year-old Angela Alvarez is still living an incredible life. One that's taken her from Camagüey, Cuba, to Baton Rouge, and now Hollywood.
I dance with the boom, and then I put the boom like this, and I make exercise. Then I feel that I could be famous, but my father say, no.
For more than 75 years, this great-grandmother has been singing and composing songs.
Y pienso que yo muero si no te vuelvo a ver.
Traditional Cuban music, personal, powerful, and until now, private. Music is such a big part of our culture, and it was a big part of your family as well.
Nana's been singing to us since we were kids. Every chance she had to grab a guitar, she would sing to us. I began to get curious about these songs that she was singing. And one day I called her up and I said, I want you to sing me the songs that you've composed and what they're about. And she walks out with these notebooks out of her room. There was like more than 40 songs. And these songs were like a diary of her life.
That musical diary, the basis of the new documentary, Miss Angela, narrated by Andy Garcia. Andy, Angela's story very much is a story of so many Cuban Americans across this country. What was the hook for you that said, I have to do this?
When I heard her music, I was so moved by it. I was moved by her story, and that was it.
Angela's story began as a little girl, growing up in Cuba, writing her songs in secret, eventually getting married and starting a family. But in the 1960s, life took a turn after the Cuban Revolution. She made the painful decision to send her 4 kids to the United States as part of Operation Pedro Pan, the mass exodus of 14,000 unaccompanied Cuban children fleeing communist oppression. Angela eventually left Cuba for the U.S., reuniting with her family after 5 long years of separation. Was it difficult to make this movie?
No. It was very easy for me because I wanted the people to know what happened.
The anguish she experienced, the love she felt, her life in exile, all of it written down in song, strummed on her guitar. What do you think it is about Cuban music that almost hypnotizes people?
It's the very heartbeat of who we are, you know. And also for us exiles, it's a little something to ease the pain, you know. Sometimes you can't be where you want to be for many reasons, but you can build your culture and preserve it. And music does that. Music, you know, helps you find solace in the place that you left behind.
And for Angela, the dream that started in Cuba never died.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in finally making a teenage girl's dreams come true.
Angela found her way to the stage, performing at the historic Avalon in Los Angeles, sharing her music for the first time in a major way.
I pinched me many times, Angela, that's true, are you dreaming? And it was a real dream, yes. Made me feel very happy.
Now, Carlos is making sure his grandmother's music and legacy lives on, recording Angela's debut album with a lineup of Grammy Award-winning musicians. Was it difficult to actually produce an album with your grandmother?
It was probably the most fulfilling and gratifying experience of my life and my career.
So, Angela, what do you think your father and your husband would think that you now have a movie and an album coming out?
Well, if they was here, I know they feel proud of me.
But before she becomes too famous, we asked if she could sing for us one more time.
Tu suelo besar y allí descansar.
Wow. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, and Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Megan Fox has been on the Hollywood scene for 2 decades, but her first big break was in the 2007 and the blockbuster hit Transformers.
All right, but since then, she has gone on to star in comedies, dramas, and horror films like the 2009 movie Jennifer's Body. Well, now Megan is returning to the Fright Fest with a new movie. It's called Till Death.
It's so scary.
Megan, we're scared already.
Oh no, sorry about that.
No, we're into it.
Before we get to the movie, I hear you're a big reader, like Jenna. Do you belong to the Jenna Book Club?
You can be a member.
I could be a member. I do prefer to read over any other form of like entertainment. I don't watch a lot of television or never on my phone. So I do sort of get consumed with books. What's your favorite book, Jenna?
Well, that's a hard one, but I just recommended today. There's this great book called Hell of a Book. We saw one of your children running in the background, so I'm sorry that this is the title, but it's so brilliant. I'll send you a copy if you're interested. It's by Jason Mott. It's really good.
Great.
Okay,
Yeah.
First of all, where are you? We see a lot of pillows, some clothes. What's going on here?
And we saw a little kid trying to be sneaky, thinking they were out of the
Crawling
shot.
in the background.
Yeah, here comes another one right now. Wait, there it goes.
There we go.
Yes. Journey, you gotta crawl. You gotta crawl.
Hi.
They just woke up. It's what is it, 7:30 here? So they woke up a few minutes ago, and it just is what it is. Like,
yeah,
was how to make it work. But I'm in the house that we're staying in for right now. This is the living room area, and they all fell asleep on the couch last night watching a movie.
But
So they
not
just
your
woke up.
movie, because Till Death, let me tell you, we watched the trailer.
Yes.
We were terrified.
I had nightmares.
Do you love the horror genre?
Look
Oh
at
my
these
gosh, look at
kids.
oh, sorry, your baby's going by again. There he goes.
Do I prefer the horror genre?
Yeah, do you
Was that the
like
question? He's gonna crawl over on the side.
We can't help.
I do prefer not just straight. There's 3 of them, so you're gonna see like all different.
we
parts there.
love it.
I prefer like comedy infused with the thriller element or the horror element. That's what Jennifer's Body was. That would probably be the blueprint for me of my favorite projects thus far. And this movie is a psychological thriller, and there are some horror elements, but I also think it's hilarious. I don't know if everyone else will agree, but when I read the script, I was like, God, this is a really funny premise. But it is kind of dark, I guess. I do prefer those movies, though.
Yeah, so it is about a marriage gone wrong, but you are in a relationship, a successful one that is all over the place. I feel like every day we open the paper to see a headline. How do you deal with that? Is that cool with you, or what is that like?
It's not preferable that everything you do is a news headline or that people know sort of every time you leave your house, but so far so good, and life is just a series of moments, so I'm just trying to really enjoy this moment and live in it and be happy with it.
Well, you
very
guys
grateful.
are like quite beautiful to photograph. You
I know,
kind
I
of
think
can't
that's
blame
it.
those photographers. They got to snap those shots.
That Saturday Night Live look. I mean, by the way, there's another baby crawling in the background.
Oh wait, we just got another one.
We're trying to stay focused, but we can't help it. Okay, what is it like being a mommy to these little babes? Are you having so much fun?
I am. I mean, I wish there was like a way, I'm sure a lot of moms feel this way, where you could just every once in a while for a day, like put them all back at like that 2-3-year-old period, because it's hard to watch them grow up so quickly. That is something I actually really struggle with that a lot. I cry about it all the time because they grow up so fast, and my phone will send me pictures of them when they were younger, and it's hard to look at. It's painful to love something so much, but I have 3 boys. They are hilarious. They don't listen to me at all. So
Same, C's. It's so funny, Megan, because I do I'll have a long, exhausting day with my kids, and then I get in bed, I'm like, ugh, and then I start looking at their baby pictures, and my husband's like, "Are you insane? Now you're looking at their baby pictures, but it's so sweet and it's so precious, and it goes so fast." I get it.
I also feel like no matter how engaged you are or how hard you were trying at the time, you always look back and you're like, I could have been more present, or I hope I was grateful for this while I was in that moment, because I'll never get that moment back. Like this.
This moment right here.
Amazing moment.
Luckily, we can just send you this on video, and you can see your babes crawling in the background. Megan, thank you.
I love how they think they're sneaky. We see you.
We see you. Thank you, Megan.
Well, we hope you'll be back with us tomorrow on Today. We've got a really special moment. A couple whose 50th anniversary had to be postponed because of the pandemic. Well, they're going to renew their wedding vows live on our plaza.
Wow. Have a great day. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, right here on Today.
Hey gang, welcome to Today All Day. The next 30 minutes you'll be hanging with me, and I have some of my favorite original videos just for you, full of inspiration and hope. So take a seat, get a tissue, come along for the ride as we hear words of wisdom from some of my favorite people.
I think about faith, and I think about how it's really truly helped get me through this pandemic. You know, these are tough times. I've counted on my faith. It hasn't always been, firing on all cylinders. I've had questions, I've had doubts, but it's been there for me.
It's my lucky day when Harry Connick Jr. joins Quoted By. Harry is one of my pals. We share the love of New Orleans and the love of many things. But Harry, okay, everyone's got a quote, something that's kind of their guiding light. What's your quote?
I thought about this. I knew I was going to be talking to you today, and I don't want it to sound conceited, but I actually have a quote that I wrote, which is from my new album. It's from a song. The song is called Alone with My Faith. The quote is, "I don't have all the answers, but I have always known I'm eternally faithful, so I am never alone."
That's chills. That's chills right there. Tell me how that gives you that kind of sense of peace.
Well, faith is something I think is a gift that was given to us by God to compel us to communicate with Him. And I think about faith, and I think about how it's really truly helped get me through this pandemic. These are tough times, and I've counted on my faith. It hasn't always been firing on all cylinders. I've had questions, I've had doubts, but it's been there for me, and it's an evolving, wonderful gift, and it was important to write about faith.
Yeah, I think that's so beautiful. And I think, some people call it prayer. Some people just have conversations with God. What is it for you?
I think it's all of those things. Yeah. For me, I believe in God, and I believe that, God wants me to talk to Him. And I try to do that. I try to be honest and be the best person that I can be. And in times like we've all just gone through, I find that to be very comforting.
Yeah, I know, because the world is full of uncertainty. And once you have that locked in, you feel like, okay, we'll make it through this one, just like we made it through the other stuff.
For me, it's about family and faith. And I know it's about that for you too, and so many of your viewers watching now. If those parts of your life are paramount and in order, then everything else just kind of falls into place. It doesn't mean you're not going to be disappointed or you're not going to endure hardships, but it sure makes handling things a little bit easier.
It sure does. Well, I love that quote. I'm going to read it one more time. "I don't have all the answers, but I have always known I'm eternally faithful, so I'm never alone." That's from your song, Alone with My Faith. Beautiful. Harry, we love you, man. I can't wait to see you in New Orleans soon.
I know. I love you too, Hoda. Okay. Take care of the beautiful family of yours.
I will. You too. Thank you, Harry.
So many of us feel like, myself included, before doing this book, that forgiveness is a gift that I'm giving to another person. And by changing that mentality and that view on forgiveness, for me, made it such an empowering thing to be able to actually forgive and to give the gift to myself, because it really has nothing to do with another person.
This Quoted By series is one of my favorite things, and it's partly because I feel like it gives you a window into the person I get to talk to. Like, what is the quote? What is the North Star? Katherine Schwarzenegger Pratt, come on. I know you have so many lanes, but you've been big in a certain lane in this moment, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I'm so excited to be here to talk about it.
Well, okay, the forgiveness lane, but this is the quote that you love, and this is right on point. And this is your quote is by Oprah, and this is the quote that you love. Forgiveness is giving up the hope that the past could be any different. It's accepting the past for what it was and using this moment and this time to help yourself move forward. Tell me why that resonated with you.
Well, throughout my book, I did a series of quotes at the top of every person's section and chapter, and it's a collection of different people's interviews that I've done, all about their experiences with forgiveness, their challenges, and their struggles with it. And I was able to come across so many incredible different quotes for this book that pertain to forgiveness, and I thought that one spoke really truly to just my overall conclusions on the topic of forgiveness and how challenging it can be to release what has happened in your life and be able to move forward. And I think it speaks to the complexities of forgiveness and also this really confusing part of forgiveness, which is that if we forgive and move on, that it feels like a betrayal of our own hurt and the pain that we experienced. And in order to really be able to forgive and move on, you have to make peace with that and be able to leave that in the past and not carry around that anger or that sadness or that hurt or, that specific situation every single day. And that is really true forgiveness. And it's the gift of freedom that you're giving to yourself. So I felt like that quote really spoke truly to what the book is really about.
I mean, the gift of freedom. The gift of freedom you're giving yourself, and that makes you feel lighter. Because sometimes you think by hanging on to something, you're kind of, you're settling a score. You're making sure you don't let them off the hook. They hurt you. They hurt your mother. They hurt your friend. I'm not going to let you go scot-free. But it really has nothing to do with them in the end, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the biggest, point of forgiveness is really that it is a gift that you give yourself. And so many of us feel like, myself included, before doing this book, that forgiveness is a gift that I'm giving to another person. And by changing that mentality and that view on forgiveness, for me, made it such an empowering thing to be able to actually forgive and to give the gift to myself, because it really has nothing to do with another person. So when we change that perspective and don't look at it as something that we're giving to somebody who hurt us, and you're actually giving something to yourself, then it can be such a much more empowering experience.
Well, your book is filled with beautiful stories and wonderful quote. The Gift of Forgiveness is out now. It's in paperback and it's worth the read. Catherine, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And the truth of the matter is that our lives do hinge on a couple seconds that we don't see coming. And what we do in those seconds ultimately determines the rest of our lives.
This is one of my favorite segments to do. It's called Quoted By. So we get to ask the coolest, most amazing people who we know, Jamie Lee Curtis, if there's a quote that is kind of their guiding light, something that they look to. Jamie Lee, what's your favorite quote?
So there's a book called Special Topics in Calamity Physics by a woman named Marisha Pessl. And in the middle of the book, there's a line that says, life hinges on a couple seconds you never see coming.
Oh my gosh.
And for me, it really speaks to all of the time I spend in my head about the what ifs and children and health and work and money and creativity and life's purpose. And the truth of the matter is that our lives do hinge on a couple seconds that we don't see coming. And what we do in those seconds ultimately determines the rest of our lives. And so what are we preparing for, really? Because life is going to happen. The term blank happens.
Yeah.
Well, life happened. In recovery, we say life on life's terms, not my terms, not your terms, life's terms. So I like the idea of life hinging on seconds I don't see coming, because it means I just have to stay open for whatever comes.
Yes, and there was that saying about like one of the greatest freedoms we have is how we react to something, how we react to those few seconds, right?
And by the way, people lean in, people lean back.
Yeah.
People run toward it or people run away from it.
Yeah.
That's humankind. And I hope I'm one who leans into it, reaches my hand out, whatever it is. And by the way, life has hinged for me a couple times on things I never thought would happen. And they happen. And by the way, I met my husband by seeing his picture in a magazine and saying out loud to a friend of mine, I'm going to marry that dude, and married him 4 months later. So the truth of the matter is, life hinged for me on a couple seconds I didn't see coming.
I'm glad you leaned into that one. I'm sure he is too. Jamie Lee,
me
we
too.
love you. Thank you so much.
Love you too.
I always tell everyone, if money wasn't an issue, what's the one thing that you would do for free? And whatever that thing is that you would do for free, that's what you love.
Welcome to Quoted By. One of my very favorite country artists, Jimmy Allen, kind of jumped into my life when Kathy Lee and I were hosting this show, and he left an impression that we never forgot. So it's my privilege and pleasure to have Jimmy on this Quoted By series. Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good to see you, sweetie. So I know you're a quote guy. You post quotes, you love quotes, but is there a quote that stands out to you as kind of, I don't know, your North Star or your guiding light?
Yes, there's a quote that I wrote a little while ago. I'm always about self-motivation, which leads to motivating other people. Why don't you read
You
my,
ready?
my,
Here we
my
go.
favorite quote?
This
for
is your
me?
favorite
Yeah.
quote, babe. Here we go. The passion you have for the dream you're chasing must outburn your comfort in remaining comfortable. You got to be able not to sleep, right?
Yeah. You got to sacrifice some things, whether it's, I've missed Christmases, Thanksgivings, birthdays, family reunions, weddings, funerals. But I always tell myself, and I tell people too, make time to see your family more than just the holidays. That way, if a holiday comes up and you miss them, you've already seen them 4 or 5 days in a year, and that one day, even though you want to be with them, you spent your time with that family. And just, when you're chasing a dream, some things you got to sacrifice. And I'm here to tell you it's definitely worth it.
Well, you're living proof that it's worth it. Jimmy, there are people there who don't know what their thing is yet. Do you have any way that, how did you find your thing? And what advice would you give to people who are like, well, I don't quite know what mine is yet?
I always tell everyone, if money wasn't an issue, what's the one thing that you would do for free? And whatever that thing is that you would do for free, that's what you love. That's what your path is. And you set goals to make sure you get there eventually, because it's so much joy, so much happiness in chasing what you love. Because see, what you love is about what you love, not the money. Now, eventually, if you work hard, you keep progressing in that said career, the money will come. But at first, it's just fun. Like the days when I was working 3 jobs and just singing down in Nashville on Broadway, like I was singing, for a living. Like I felt successful because my dream was not to be rich, not to be famous, but my dream was to be a singer.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter the level, you're still doing what you love.
It's funny. I just was remembering I interviewed Magic Johnson a while ago, and I asked him, when were you your happiest? And he said, I'll tell you exactly when I was my happiest. He said, I was in my college room with Cookie, who's now his wife. We scraped together money for a pizza and 2 Cokes. And he said, and there we sat on the floor of my dorm room eating that pizza, and he remembered it. And he talked about that really was happiness to him. All the rest of the stuff that came with didn't have anything to do with him being happy.
My mom's brother married his sister, Kim. Yeah, his mom's definitely told me a lot of stories about, you know, when he was chasing the NBA dream and things like that.
Yeah.
So.
Well, chasing the dream. Well, Jimmy, we adore you. We can't wait to have you back in studio. And thank you for this beautiful quote again. We read it one more time. The passion you have for the dream you're chasing must outburn your comfort in remaining comfortable. You're wise. I'm going to put that in my next quote book.
Hey, I'm trying. That's my dream. I'm trying to work on a quote book.
Yeah.
You know, I got my kids' book coming out next year, and then we got. We should do a quote book. We should do one together.
I look forward to that, Jimmy. All right, honey. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
All right.
Okay.
All right. See you.
Bye.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed. What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1,
Jimmy! So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Belonging never asks us, it never demands that we change who we are. It demands that we be who we are. And when I started just being more authentic in myself and taking some of the hits that come with that sometimes, what I realized is I belong everywhere.
All right, this is one of my favorite series I do. It's called Quoted By, and one of my favorite people is here, Brene Brown. And Brene, I'll be honest, I mean, I go through your book with a highlighter and a dog ear situation, and I'm stealing your quotes left and right. I mean, I credit you most of the time. But anyway, I just wondered, is there a quote that's kind of your guiding light, your North Star?
Yes, and I have it written down.
Okay.
Because please tell me I know where it's written down. Yes. Because you know it's Dr. Maya Angelou and you don't mess with that.
No,
so you get those words right. So this was actually the epigraph for one of my books because it was so important to me. It is, you are only free when you realize you belong no place. You belong every place, no place at all. The price is high, the reward is great.
Tell me why that speaks to you.
Because I never belonged. I just grew up not feeling a sense of belonging. I didn't feel a sense of belonging, at school, but I also didn't really feel a sense of belonging at home. And I think it's been kind of my life's work. And when I came across this quote, you belong everywhere, you belong nowhere, I was really resentful of it at first and thought, God, Maya Angelou is my idol. How could she be wrong about this one quote? But then As I started studying belonging, what I realized is that the biggest barrier to belonging is actually trying to fit in, because fitting in is changing who we are for acceptance and being liked, and belonging is knowing who we are and showing up authentically as ourselves. And sometimes there's a connection and sometimes there's not, and that's okay. But even when there's not a connection, it doesn't bring the grief and the shame of changing who you are to fit in and that not working. And so what I realized from my own research is that belonging never asks us, it never demands that we change who we are. It demands that we be who we are. And when I started just being more authentic in myself and taking some of the hits that come with that sometimes, what I realized is I belong everywhere. As long as I belong in my own heart and don't betray myself. Belonging is not an affirmation from the outside, it's something inside of me. And so that quote has been really meaningful in my life.
It just became meaningful in my life too. Brene Brown, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Hoda.
All right, love you.
We need people to get into good trouble. All of us really need to be doing something good to make this country better.
In this particular Quoted by series, you're about to meet an extraordinary woman who I had the privilege of interviewing 20 plus years ago when I was a reporter in New Orleans. Her name is Ruby Bridges, and Ruby was the first African American to be integrated into New Orleans public schools. And Ruby, I remember the day you walked through the door and I got to meet you, and I was looking at you, and I was so just inspired by how you were. You seemed so like someone who was unfazed by all the history that you had changed. First of all, how are you?
I'm good. As a matter of fact, I have to say that we just went through a hurricane, and so I'm sitting here with no power and some trees down, but you know, that's typical New Orleans.
Well, Ruby, if anyone can withstand a storm, man, it's you. You've withstood many different kinds of storms. And I was curious if you had a quote, something that sort of moved you and that you live your life by.
I think about John Lewis, and I think about how he, would say that we all have to get in trouble. We have to get into good trouble. And I've I think, lived my life by that because of that experience at 6 years old. I've always felt like, Hoda, if we're going to get past our racial differences, that it was going to come from our young people and that they needed to get involved. And so hearing him say, go out and get into good trouble, I think that was something that, stuck with me and, something that I tell young people all the time.
Get in good trouble. I do love that, Ruby, and I love that that you were just sort of this model. And there's another John Lewis quote that I know that is also one of your favorites. Don't get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble. That's kind of the full context. How does that make you feel hearing those words again?
It is so meaningful right now at this moment that we're in. Because we need people to get into good trouble. All of us really need to be doing something good to make this country better, especially now. And my work is with young people, and I think that, what John Lewis, what his life stood for, and just that whole quote, inspires young people. And it's just so timely right now to think that he said that, so long ago, and thinking about his own life and, the advice that his parents gave him, and here it is, so meaningful right now at this particular moment. So.
Well, Ruby, you are a walking, talking inspiration. I've had the privilege of knowing you for 20 plus years, and it has been my privilege. Thank you for everything that you're doing to make the world better every day. You're helping young people, you're helping grown-ups like us. So I want to say thank you, okay?
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1,
Yes! So grateful.
Is that close to prom?
Here we go.
We're all worried because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't. And I think the unknown is the scariest for all of us.
I am so happy today because Candace Cameron Bure is one of our favorite guests that we have on our show, and she is joining me on my Quoted By series, and it's so good to see your face. Especially, you know what, Candace, I'm so happy we're doing your quotes during this time because I gotta say, people are looking for hope and for light, and I think they want to know, like, what's your North Star when it comes to quotes? And you have two totally different kinds of quotes, which I love. What's the first one?
Well, I'm going to start with kind of the one that's not so warm and fuzzy. And it's excuses are for losers.
Excuses are for losers?
Excuses are for losers. This has been our family motto. My husband's been saying this since I've known him, so for 25 years. I think probably a coach had told him or his dad. But I love this because it's not about being the winner. It's a character builder. It's saying there's no excuses. Just try. Go for it. It is like the best parenting advice I've ever given to my kids. I say it constantly. It's like, excuses are for losers. Like, don't be a loser. Just go for it.
So if your child comes to you with an excuse, and no matter what it is, how does that remedy? Does it work? Do they take the advice?
It does, because we've been telling them for 20 years. So we're like, no.
Wait, how old is your oldest again? I forgot.
She's 21.
Oh my word. Look at you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still shocked about that. All right, now, your second one is obviously more warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, it is. So this is from a song from Matt Maher, who wrote it in 2013, and it's called Lord, I Need You. And it's like my everything. It encompasses, I mean, Hoda, you know how important my Christian faith is, and it's the foundation of who I am. And I could pick a Bible verse, and there's a billion that I could give you, but when I need to feel and when I need a reminder, this song and the lyrics in it are everything. It's, Lord, I need you. I need you every day, every hour. I need you.
And how important has that been during this time, Candace?
So important. We're all worried because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't. And I think the unknown is the scariest for all of us. We don't know. We don't necessarily have job security. Some people don't know where their next meal is coming from. Schools are out and parents are like, I'm homeschooling for the first time. Is this going to continue into next year? I mean, there's so many unknown questions. And I can always go back to the Bible and go back to the Lord, who gives all of us not only grace, but hope and promises, and tells us not to worry. He's like, I know every hair that's numbered on your head. I provide for the birds in the air and every animal. Don't you think that you're even more valuable than them? So I love this, and I love sharing my faith, and it's what I've been trying to do during this time the most on social media.
Well, I appreciate you sharing it today with us. Candace Cameron Bure, again, thank you so much. Wish Godspeed to you and your family.
Thanks, Hoda.
You got it, honey. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Monday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat with my good friend Savannah you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Big casting news for NBC's upcoming live production of Annie. Carson exclusively reveals who will play Daddy Warbucks later this year. Check it out.
Best time of the morning.
Come on.
Pop start. Pop start.
Well,
pop
let's get to it
start,
before they kill
pop
another
start,
story. I got to get what I got left here. First up, the 21st annual BET Awards were presented last night. Taraji P. Henson hosting the show that celebrates music's top black musicians and performers. The big winners of the night, no surprise, SZA, Megan Thee Stallion, and Her. After performing on Our Plaza just last week, Her did scoop up the title last night for Best Female R&B and Pop Artist. And the legendary Queen Latifah was presented with BET's Lifetime Achievement Award. The rapper and actress earned that title for her decades-long career spanning across genres in music, film, and television. She accepted the award on the stage with her father and a photo of her late mother. And she had some really inspiring words for women in the industry.
I've always celebrated the woman because I was raised by a strong black woman and raised by a father who loves women. We can't live without each other. I wanted to celebrate us because I know together we stand stronger than when we tear each other apart. And I've seen enough of that.
Good seeing Pops on stage there. I love that. That's not all. One moment that's got a lot of people talking this morning is Cardi B's big reveal that she's expecting baby number 2. The rapper showing off her belly during a performance on stage with her husband, Offset, from the group Migos. They already have a daughter together, a 2-year-old baby Culture. So we want to say congratulations to them and, of course, all the big winners last night at the award show. And a big announcement, a casting announcement here on NBC for our upcoming live production of Annie. We can exclusively reveal that Daddy Warbucks will be played by none other than Harry Connick Jr. A Grammy and Emmy award-winning actor is set to take on the iconic role alongside Taraji P. Henson's Miss Hannigan in the live televised special. As for who's going to play Little Orphan Annie, that search is still on. NBC put out a nationwide casting call looking for the perfect fit for the big title role. You can get more information at today.com. And please tune in and check out Annie Live. That'll be on December 2nd right here on NBC.
Will he shave his head?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe he will. Love that. Cool. So we've got a funny one. This is a Georgia dad having a little fun impersonating his wife. He starts out just playing the role of himself, and then he switches to the passenger seat to imitate his wife when she's getting into the car.
You ready, babe? In GPS. Yeah. No, hold on. Do you know where you're going? No, hold on. Hold this. I hate when you rush me. Time. Riley, stop! Oh. I don't know if I'll need this, but I brought it just in case. Babe, come on, help me. Come on. Hold on. Come on.
That is amazing.
Oh, boy.
Like looking in a mirror, you know? Okay, he nailed it. Obviously, she's got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Because this is out in the world, but that is hilarious.
I mean, that's Lindsay Melvin. Getting in the car every trip.
Yep.
Up next on Today Talks, Carson shares the latest inspiring story from his digital series, Mind Matters. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, Carson spotlights two people in Seattle who are trying to make a difference by changing the stigma surrounding mental health and homelessness. Take a look.
Good having Carson here with us with a great story from our series Mind Matters about changing the stigma that surrounds mental health. This time shining a light on this tough issue of homelessness. Carson.
That's right, Al. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, 20% of people experiencing homelessness are also struggling with mental illness. And I had a chance to talk to two people in Seattle who are trying to make a big difference by leaning on their own personal experiences.
How many are you at?
Heather McDuff is supervising these volunteers in downtown Seattle as they make bag lunches to hand out to people experiencing homelessness. A decade earlier, she would have been on the receiving end.
3 oranges and 3 chips.
When did you first start living on your own, and how did that happen?
My family life was pretty crummy, and so I moved out on my own when I was about 14.
And so how did it pan out for you at that age? What happened next? What was the next big sort of chapter?
Heroin kind of hit the scene. No clue about anything, you know, sharing needles and just dumb kids.
And what do you remember about like using for the first time? Did it have an immediate impact on you?
I just remember feeling like this is how I should be feeling, you know?
Yeah.
After 2 decades of living on the margins and 3 stints in prison, Heather stopped using heroin in 2014. Looking back, she describes her drug use as a coping mechanism.
Because it's such a struggle out there, you know, to worry about the few things that you have and where you're going to sleep. And substance use disorder a lot of times is a coping mechanism for dealing with being homeless.
You've been sober for 7 years now. Where do you consider yourself on your kind of mental health and wellness journey?
I think that I am doing really well. This last year's been hard. I still suffer from a lot of anxiety. You know, I run a tape in my head that, you know, things are going to happen how they're supposed to happen. And I kind of run that ticker tape when I start to spin out about anything.
Heather has also been able to turn her life experience into a full-time job, working as a peer specialist at Seattle's Downtown Emergency Service Center.
And what does a peer specialist do?
A lot of us have lived experience in mental health issues, substance use disorder. We can relate to clients and know the places that they've been to.
You couldn't be the superwoman you are now had you not gone through all of those years of what you saw, what you experienced.
It gave me the opportunity to be who I am today. And in loving myself, I can love others and help other people.
One of those other people is Chris Clark, who attends a weekly art therapy class led by Heather. Chris suffers from bipolar disorder and was placed in permanent supportive housing after living on the streets for 3 years.
I can't imagine what I'd do without my housing, and I can't imagine where I'd be if I didn't have it. Being homeless certainly adds to your mental issues. I wound up seeing a case manager, and he convinced me to start taking better mental care of myself.
For Chris, focusing on his mental health has made all the difference.
The past 3 years, I've come a long ways with my mental health. My apartment wouldn't look like this.
When he's not tending to his fish tanks, houseplants, and terrariums, He's making hot meals for people experiencing homelessness.
Today I'm making vegetarian garden spaghetti. A lot of people that I deliver to, I actually known from when I lived on the streets with them. There you go, baby girl, enjoy. What's up, man, you want some food? Thank you. This is spaghetti. People ask me all the time, why do I do it? And I'm like, because I've slept where you've slept, you know.
So what do you want to say about the homeless to viewers watching who think they have an opinion about the homeless? What do you want to say to them if they're willing to open their minds here for a minute?
You know, many of us take for granted being able to shut a door or go to our refrigerator and eat something. And these people struggle every day just for these small, minor things. And feeling safe is a human right. And not everybody gets to feel that way.
Anybody in the tent? I got hot food.
You know, homelessness is obviously such a problem, and it's complex. But what we're seeing in Mind Matters in this digital series that we're doing, we're exploring sort of the intersection of mental health as it intersects in various parts of society. There are certain troubling things, and that's access to care. We see it in communities of color. We see it in the homelessness issue. It's hard enough to get people just to talk about, you know, we're trying to break a stigma. It's normalized to talk about mental health. Then when someone does, and there's no access to care, it makes it just that much more disheartening. But Heather was incredible. By the way, since we filmed that, she's been promoted now. She's working as a housing stabilization specialist, helping to keep formerly homeless clients in permanent supportive housing. So we appreciate Heather.
I love what you said about being able to relate to them because they were them.
Yeah.
And your hearts are with them. You can't help but think right now how hot it is in Seattle, on the streets of Seattle right now. And those people are, you know, they need somebody who understands what they're going through to help snap them out of that.
We have, you know, they say that the data is like, you know, 500,000 people are homeless every night in this country. 25% of them have severe mental issues. So it's really tough. But, you know, hopefully in shining a light on it, finding people like Heather who were in that situation, now giving back. Who understand, you know, doing some good work in a tough area.
Carson, that was terrific. Thanks so much for sharing that.
Great, buddy.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, my special guest co-host, Savannah Guthrie. Don't miss the fun.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made?
If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Ed Sheeran surprised one of his biggest fans, and we have the sweet video. Take a look. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
It's so fun to be here. I always have such a good time here when there's wine, which there isn't today, but it's coming. They're working on it.
I think they're running down to the corner liquor store for you.
But I thought the producers were like a little bit nervous that we were together. Like
They were?
Don't you think?
Well, they said they were going to put on a delay, but
A
it's not
delay.
necessary. First of all, you were like the good student. I'm not sure why they think that.
Because they know about when I come on the 10 o'clock show, I let my hair down, except for not today. Today I did it. I put it up, but
She has a double bun,
Oh, yeah.
y'all. I didn't know a double bun was a thing, but I
didn't
guess
either.
all the young people are doing this.
I know, double bun with my honey bunny.
I
I'm
told
like,
her
here you are.
I too have a double bun, but just on the lower half of my body.
So how about Hodes? She's in St. Louis. She's having the time of her life. Like, she's in her glee. She's the one-woman cheerleader for the U.S. women's gymnastics team.
How much fun was it watching her watch them? The enthusiasm. I wrote her and I was like, okay, now I'm ready for Tokyo. She got us pumped.
I know. I can't wait. Look at her. And she's like their mom. She's like the den mom.
She's gonna cover those girls. It's gonna be so much fun to watch. Are you getting ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have. I mean, it's soon.
Yes.
I think I leave 2 weeks from Friday. Then we have the opening ceremony, and then the show will be there for
And
the
what
Olympics.
about the opening ceremony? You know, that to me would be the hardest possible job, particularly for me, because I have a problem with pronunciation.
Oh, I'm living in fear. They give you these briefing books. So there's 206 delegations. So most of them are countries that you have to learn. You're like Burkina Faso, like famous for whatever, and you have to learn it. So I'm like cramming. It's like Olympic athlete training.
Oh my gosh.
I'm carbo loading and reading briefing books, like to get ready for my
That's
competition.
what Hoda was doing last night. I mean, you're actually carbo loading facts, but she was carbo loading because she was nervous. She sent us a little video from her shoot. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, guess who I'm with? One guess. Team USA! Hey yo! Oh, This is the best! Oh my God. Their dreams came true, and so did mine, because I got to interview them. All right, we'll see y'all in Tokyo!
I just can't get over her excitement.
I know. I was like, is it possible that Hoda's happier than they are about making the Olympic
Should
team?
we do a little cheer to them? This is for you.
Oh, yay!
It's a really beautiful blush.
The fact that Sal got that rosé so quickly.
I know. Thank
looks
you,
almost like a
Sal.
sparkling rosé.
Wow, cheers.
Do you want to sniff it like you do when we get together?
You know I don't.
She swirls.
You know I
she
don't.
Sniffs.
You know I don't.
No, she just guzzles.
Tomorrow, y'all, will bring you that full conversation. We're so looking forward to it. Okay, we
That's
have
a sparkling rosé. It's very tasty.
Good. I'm glad
Thank
you
you.
like it. We have this really great Ed Sheeran clip that I want to show you. Okay, so Ed Sheeran is finally back with new music. His new single called Bad Habits is racing up the charts. Over the weekend, this is so sweet, Ed actually surprised one of his biggest fans.
Aww.
This is a 10-year-old, Rafa and his grandfather Norman. They were in studio and they talked about how Rafa played Ed Sheeran songs over Zoom for his grandpa, while Norman actually recently battled cancer.
Wow.
Isn't that so sweet? Okay, so then they asked him to play a little Thinking Out Loud. Let's take a look.
Darling, I will be loving you till we're 70.
Baby, my heart can still feel as hard at 23. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. For me, I fall in love with you every single day. And I just wanna tell you I am. Baby, now.
How sweet is that?
I can't believe he had such composure to not even, like, I would have been like, Ed Sheeran!
He had such composure. He kept singing, and Norman's face was worth a
That is the
1,000
sweetest.
words.
Ed Sheeran is one of the world's biggest sweeties. He came on our show before, I always tell you this, and like ate an entire pizza with all of us. The crew, we had like a pizza segment, and he just kept coming over and eating
Like
pizza.
before he played, right?
Yeah,
There he is.
there he is, see? He's just like, oh, you got any more of that
One
pizza?
more slice,
Hey,
one more slice.
Listen, you got pepperoni? Anyway, he's just like a nice, normal guy who happens to be wicked
Very
talented. Yeah.
Well, speaking of talented, you're a talented guitarist.
Are you insane?
And I think we have a guitar.
No, stop it
Right here.
No.
I think we have a
No.
guitar right here.
You know
Thank
what?
you, Gavin.
I'm not, you know what? It'll take about 10 more rosés before. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even know how to hold this anymore.
Yes, you do.
I don't. Sal, wait, get Sal. He's the singer. I'm not playing. I've not played a guitar in
Okay,
forever.
but what was your go-to song?
I mean, I liked, all those chick songs, you know, like depressing. I used to write songs because I had like real bad boyfriends.
By the
and I'd
way,
be like,
our kids.
You lie. No, I'm just kidding.
Our kids are in a band
They do
together.
guitar, yeah,
and
and
they
they write
wrote a song
songs,
called
yeah.
Together, which is really a beautiful
Yeah.
hit one day.
Gosh, look at the time.
No,
Guess
no,
we're out of-
no.
no.
Come
We don't-
on,
no.
just something I can sing.
I mean, I don't know.
Busted Flat and Baton Rouge.
I wish. Oh, waiting for a train.
Can you play it?
No.
What can you play?
And I was feeling near as faded as my jeans.
But what can you play? Because we have a guitar. Nothing. Was this
Honestly,
a bust?
it's a bust. I can't think of anything because it's been so long. Also, this is out of key. Did anyone tune this guitar? Oh, Sal, sorry, you did a great job. Okay,
This might have been
I
a
really
bust.
no. I love the guitar, but I'm terrible. I can't.
You're not terrible,
Yeah,
though.
and I can't. I'm like I used to be able to. I used to sing at weddings like all the time. You know that,
were a
right?
wedding singer.
I literally would sing at my friends' weddings. I think I've done like 10 different
What
weddings.
was your go-to song?
I mean, I used to do that Elvis Presley song, "I Can't Help Falling in Love with You."
Wow, that's one I
That
would
was
have
a
liked
sweet.
to hear.
I did Nora Jones once. Just a lot of different little folky songs.
You've had some quite
But
the
since
job.
then, I don't know what's happened to me, but I actually do know. I have a drink every night with an entire lime in it, and my voice is so hoarse I can't sing
I
anymore.
know your mom said you need to stop with the lines.
I know, she's right. She's
You're
like,
gonna get acid reflux.
I think I have it. I think I have silent reflux.
Okay.
But it's not that silent, it's scratchy. I sound like a man.
I know. Your kids are off for camp.
I know, I'm so excited. Are you I gotta get the kids out of the house. Are yours driving you crazy?
Yes, but your kids are actually out of the house and going. They
Yes.
are, but last night, Mila said to me, I really miss Vale.
Oh, let me tell you, every day when we wake up, she says, can I do a Zoom play date with Mila
I'm
today?
so sweet.
Every single day. These girls miss each other so much. We have to get them together.
Yeah, will you tell what Mila said one time to us about why they're friends?
Oh, she said to me, I was picking them up from the bus, and Mila goes, I overheard her say to Vale, do you know why we're not sisters? And no, she goes, do you know why we're best friends, Vale? And Vale said, no, why? She goes, because God couldn't handle it if we were sisters.
Isn't that just the sweetest?
They're the cutest. Anyway, yeah, off to camp. I'm telling you, I think a lot of parents are sending their kids to camp, and it is like time to go.
It's time.
Anyway, it's Read with Jenna time.
Yes, it is. Okay,
Or as I like to call it, RWJ, or hashtag RWJ, and July is coming.
We're doing this one early, y'all, so you can get your books for your long weekends, okay? We wanted to give everybody a head start. So drum roll, please. Our book for July is called Hell of a Book by Jason Mott. I left it. I gave it to you.
Oh, you did, actually.
It is about a Black author going on a book tour through America, and it also has a parallel story of a young Black boy living in a rural town in the recent past. The plot is beautiful. They come together, these two plots, and you're kind of wondering who is who, and it is a story about race, family, love, justice, and it really is a hell of a book. If you want to read something that's going to leave you weepy and then also have you laugh out loud. I mean, Henry goes, I've never seen so many emotions in 1 minute because I cried, I laughed.
So original.
It's original.
Very unique.
Jason Mott is a talent. So anyway, I also have some.
Oh my gosh, I know. And I wanted to tell everyone this. I was reading The Week Junior.
Were you reading?
Yes, because when I'm done with The Week, I turn to The Week Junior.
Yes.
And looky, JBH, her top childhood books. Now, what was on your list?
The BFG was definitely on my list.
Wait, what's the BFG?
The BFG by Roald Dahl.
Oh, I don't know that one, and I love Roald Dahl.
The BFG, the Big Friendly Giant?
I can't believe. No, I was a James and Giant Peach person.
Oh, well, I mean, I like James too, but the Big Friendly Giant is a wonderful character. Anyway, I pick it up. The Week Junior, you can see some other
It's
ones.
so cute. I want to find out what your picks are.
Okay, it's time for Unscripted. And there's some big news around Tiara, which my daughter found out from the kids in the neighborhood. Hoda and I are on TikTok.
I can't believe it. You guys are so, young and cool.
We are so
What
young and
is
cool.
so are you guys posting?
You know we're actually chuggies.
What does chuggies mean?
This is our TikTok.
Let me see.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
It's very embarrassing.
No, it's great. But you're kind of out of sync.
100%.
But it's cute. What is the dance?
This is to this great song called Like Fancy.
Oh, I like it.
And anyway, we did that.
So what happens on TikTok? Like
we do dances. You and I
we just did a TikTok. I know that was my first TikTok. I've never TikToked before.
Well, it was really fun.
Well, actually, that's not true. We did a whole story on TikTok. Why did I just say that?
I don't know.
We did a whole TikTok. I mean, it says TikTok don't flop. That's like a thing.
Is that a thing? I had no idea. But all I know is that please follow us at Hoda and Jenna because we're going to give you some behind-the-scenes info.
Yeah.
And do some funny dances where we're not in sync, but hopefully we will. Are you inspired to set up an account?
I'm not because I don't understand it, but I will say that my husband loves to look at TikTok videos.
Really?
Yes, it's really weird. I look at the baby videos along with Megan Fox, and
he's
looks
looking at
TikToks.
But by the way, that's not all.
It's not like dirty or something, right? Yeah.
No, I hope not.
Okay.
But can I just tell you, in case TikTok wasn't enough, my mind is blown because we are now a podcast.
We're a podcast.
We're all a podcast. Starting this morning, if you missed any of our show, you can listen to us wherever you get your podcast, whenever you want. So all you have to do is subscribe and listen to Today with Hoda and Jenna whenever you get your podcast. Again, or go to that QR code right by Savannah and download that podcast.
Can you imagine listening to this show on a podcast?
I don't know.
Like any of our 4 hours?
It
Like
would
sounds
be
crazy.
intense. Today Talks continues after the break. My exclusive chat with Savannah you can only see here on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
I love Today All Day, don't you?
Yeah, but do you watch this show? I
don't watch my
front it. It's called Today Talks.
Oh, Today Talks. I have not seen Today Talks, but I'm very excited about Today in 30. You know,
so you're more excited about Today in 30 than Today Talks?
I mean, I'm just excited that 4 hours of show gets condensed into 30 minutes.
I mean, the fact that they can do that is pretty incredible.
It's a feat of technology.
I always love it when you come here because we are good friends in real life and you can kind of tell. Like, I hope we don't talk too fast. Do you think people can hear us?
I think so. I think we're annoying. I think we think we're really funny and charming, and everyone else is like, ugh, please get Hoda back. I can't take it anymore. They're like, get her off. We saw her from 7 to 9, or we avoided putting it on.
No.
But no, I love coming on. I think it's fun, and I also feel like dangerous on this hour.
I know, you like
I want to just do something. I was like, let's do a double bun. Where's the wine?
You know, when she said, let's do a double bun, I was in my dressing room and I thought she really was asking for the double bun to be her bun and my bun. And it took me back to 3rd grade when somebody would call and be like, we're wearing green tomorrow.
Yeah, we were going to be twinsies. Well, actually, it did occur to me, like, we could both have a double bun and then it would be like a quadruple bun.
I said no, but only because...
Please silence your cell
hello?
phones.
Mom? Is it your mom?
It's your mom. No, it's the producers being like, kill it.
Okay, when Megan Fox was on Today and her little kids walking in the background.
I mean, amazing. And also, I couldn't stop looking at her.
I know.
She's like the most gorgeous.
You said just like looking in a mirror.
Oh, I was being sarcastic. I looked at her, then I looked at myself, and I was sad for myself.
No, she's so beautiful.
But she is
those
amazing
little
looking.
kiddos, it's just like... That world seems like it was so long ago when we would work from... You're still sometimes in the basement.
Yeah, I do sometimes.
And kids pop in?
Yeah, Vale actually comes down in the morning. Like, she has to sneak away because she's not supposed to come down, but she has come down. And actually, she's kind of helpful because there's a printer, and I'm all wired up, and I'm doing it all myself. And I'm like, can you go grab those scripts off the printer?
How can she do that and still stay? Like, my child would then want to be on television.
Well, first of all, both of our, Mila
I
and
know.
Vale are like A Star is Born.
Yes.
I call Mila Cisa B. Demila because she's the director. She's going to be a film director.
She's the director and
a
Vale,
star.
No, Vale is the star.
Vale's the star.
They
They're
were in
both
a
stars.
production of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah.
And Vale played the caterpillar, and Henry Still goes zip.
I said zip, zippity doo.
Henry said even this weekend, he was like, Vale just has such stage presence.
stop
and I
it,
go, well, I
some
wonder
more.
where that came from.
Oh
And
my
he was
gosh.
like, Mike?
Both of us were like stage moms, like, yeah, you got this. But the reason that she doesn't come on TV is because, and I know you know this, look, when you're kids, you're like,
I know. But
like,
the
do
thing
not
is,
come in.
the difference between your children and mine is mine won't listen to that. They're like, hey, and you're talking about serious things.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's cute if it happens on your show.
Yes.
It's not cute
No,
if it's like
it's 7 in the morning.
7 is some horrible story
It's
or politics.
inappropriate.
Like, it's like you don't need like a fuzzy-headed, bed-headed kid. being
It's
like,
also
"Hey,
kind of
world."
hard to concentrate.
Well,
like I was
yeah.
having, even though Megan is one of the most beautiful women in the world, I still was looking at her children because there's something so cute about it.
What was the cutest thing was how they were like, thought they weren't on.
I
They
know.
thought they were like
Invisible.
sneaking past, and they were just like crawling on. They were doing like that, you know, the
Yes,
army crawl. Yeah.
Well, you know what, Savannah? I'm so glad you could join me on this episode of Today Talks.
I never miss Today Talks.
Well, I
as
hope
I
you
was
don't
saying.
miss it. I hope it's something you continue to put into your repertoire right after Today in 30.
Today in 30.
Okay,
On
that's
Today
it.
All Day.
That's it for this episode of Today Talks. For more, keep watching Today All Day.
We start with a
That's
cheers.
right, cheers.
And congratulations to the author on the new
Yes,
book.
the new book.
It's a heck of a
Congratulations.
book, man.
Really?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just in time for Father's Day.
Thank you.
Smart. What prompted it? Because it's a pretty honest, raw look at a situation that a lot of people might not be willing to share.
It was cheaper than therapy during the pandemic. No, it was a couple things. I mean, when I started doing the series for the show on dads, I started to meet a lot of guys like us who were extraordinary in terms of the way they parent, but otherwise ordinary folks. And I think that led me to start to really look at the relationship I have with my dad, which, you've met Dad and we've come a long way, but growing up, it was hard. There was the addiction, and then, there were multiple addictions, but for a long time, I sort of blamed him. I was angry, and then.
Was he around much?
Yeah, he was there. He was there physically, but when he worked third shift, which didn't help, obviously. He was sleeping during the day, working at night, and so I, grew up, and the older we got, the worse the drinking got. And by the time I left for college, we were, almost estranged in some ways. And he wouldn't show up for, Little League. We're all there for our, Dad didn't
Too much. I'm there too much.
Well, but what do you think it might also be, in a sense, generational and cultural?
Yes.
In
Yes.
that, growing up, he was a black man in the South that at a tough time,
Yeah.
a different time.
Yes. He, and this is something I found out during the course of the book. My dad didn't know who his father was until he was almost a teenager. And I think it's wholly unrealistic to expect someone to be something that they haven't seen.
Right.
So my dad didn't, he didn't have a dad. And so he did, exponentially better than his father had done. And so, yeah, that, and as you know, sometimes, especially in the black community, especially back then, if you were just there, if you were in the house and you were working, that was enough.
That was it. The first line of your book gets me, the very first line, right? You remember the opening line?
Yeah, he was born in a West Virginia prison.
That's how the book opens. Whoa.
And fun fact, also the same prison that Billie Holiday served her time in. Martha Stewart did her time there. Back then, by standards of the 30s, it was very progressive for women in terms of teaching like skills and trades. And but it's funny because by the time I come along, like the only grandma I knew like was the grandma that knew the Lord. Like she was at the church 4 or 5 days a week. She was an usher, and you know that was the grandma that I knew. I wish I had known what I knew now, like back then, because I could have peppered grandma with all kinds of questions. Right.
But here's the thing, you know, you talk about you parent the way you were raised, and I've seen you as a parent, as a dad. You're a terrific dad. How did you make the jump?
I mean, fortunately, along the way, I've always had men in my life who I could look at and emulate their behavior, personally, professionally. Like you two, I consider both of you mentors. You for different reasons than Carson.
Age.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, longevity.
Yes.
Although, hell, I guess the same could be said for you. I mean, Carson Daly's been in the game a long time.
I have 4 kids.
So no, it's but what's been cool is my dad was just up here 2 weeks ago, and he was up here for 6 days.
What is your relationship with him now?
It's best it's ever been. Like he'll call now and just random middle of the day, hey, just come check on you.
Has he read the book?
Oh, he was the first person who read it.
What did he say about it?
It's probably the most nervous I've been, minus when I proposed to my wife. Said, it's all there. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
That was it. That's all he said. I said, any changes? Anything I got wrong? He's like, no. It's all there. Didn't change a word.
You think he recalls the past as you do?
There are parts of the book that he did not remember.
I'm sure, yeah.
There are parts of the book, there are good chunks of the book where he didn't know that I felt the way that I did at the time. Because we just didn't talk like that.
Right.
Like that's not I've heard you talk about the relationship that you had with your dad. I mean, you had sounds like a pretty solid relationship with your dad.
Yeah.
I have one now. I'm thankful for it now.
Right.
I wish I'd had it, 20 years ago, but what can you do?
But I see these pictures of your dad with your kids, and it makes me smile. I think about it now, and what a great gift.
It's the greatest gift, Al. When he was up here a couple weeks ago, he played in that driveway. He played basketball with Dell.
So great.
In like 90-degree heat.
That's all Dell will ever know.
Oh, yeah. Exactly.
Which is all that matters.
Riding bicycles. We went to Dell's soccer game. He's on the sideline. Like, he's like coaching the team. Like, he was that into it. First 30 seconds of the game, my son hadn't scored all season. First 30 seconds of the game, dribble, 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 shoot, score. And my dad was like standing like inches away from me and got to see that. He never made it to any of my soccer games or baseball games, a couple baseball games, but having him experience that,
right?
I don't know. It really, in terms of our relationship right now, it's just, I'm so thankful for it. So thankful Because, like it could have gone another way.
What has the reaction been from people who thought that they knew you and didn't realize you have this story to tell?
I think the reaction is akin to what you just said. I don't think there are a lot of people that really know me, and that's not a good thing, probably. But my dad was always walled off. I've never been a fan of emoting or sharing. And with this,
what does it feel like to get it? It's out there now. People are reading about it.
I've never been more nervous or frightened or scared or anxious.
Do you feel relieved?
No.
That's not a
I don't
thing?
think I do relief.
Wow.
I was relieved. Scott said, I was relieved when my dad read it.
Right.
And my dad signed off on it. And I was like, okay. Halfway through, I realized I wasn't writing this book for like strangers. I was writing it for me. I wrote it for my dad.
Right.
I wrote it for my kids.
That's why it's a good book.
Yeah.
And once I realized that, that helped frame everything. The highlight was I would go down to the basement and I'd pour myself a little bourbon and I would interview Dad. And so I've got like hours of his voice. I'd never heard my grandfather's voice, either one of them. So I've got hours of his voice on tape.
That's cool.
Like answering questions. Like there's stuff not in the book, like that's on tape, that the great grandkids are here one day and they're like, oh, my great grandfather, he was a piece. He was a piece of work.
I will tell you the gift that you've given your children without even realizing it. And Carson, I don't know, you've lost your dad.
Yeah.
One of the things I've always dealt with is, I remember what he looks like. I know what but I've had to like play back some video recordings because I can't remember his voice.
Your dad?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I know his voice, but
Can't
just so
remember
I can hear it, I have to go and put in the VHS and watch it.
At least
just
you have
to
his
hear it.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was on the show once,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
You don't have recordings, Carson?
I do, actually. It's on a medium that I don't even know what it is. It's the smallest little cassette tapes.
Yeah.
But
Those
yeah,
dictaphone tapes.
Dictaphone tapes, yes, I do have them. And on the heels of this, I'll go back and listen because when my dad died when I was 5, I remember feeling tremendously guilty, even though my mom married Dick, my stepdad, who I credit for being, I always say God bless me with 2 incredible dads. But I used to feel guilty as a kid because I was so young when my dad passed that I forgot what he looked like and what he sounded like, and I thought that was my fault. I remember that. I remember working through that as a kid. But then it was so quickly replaced by such a great dad that it all fell into place.
You said something a moment ago, jokingly. You said this is cheaper than therapy, but you said you talk with your therapist.
Oh yeah.
Again, something that a lot of men don't want to admit to or admit that.
By the way, to build on that, I've been doing so much work in the mental health space, as you both know. Fathers and sons going there and having a conversation. How are you feeling today? What's in your feelings? That's something else that is. Just doesn't happen, especially in communities of color.
No.
And I think about your book being out and you being so willing to talk about this. Have you thought about the impact that you're having for young men who look like you?
That's the hope. That's the hope. Like I have a number of friends who are either estranged from their dad or have these terrible relationships with their fathers. And I wrote it in part for them and for that reason. Like there's a part in the book I write about where I knew that my dad was a changed man when I went to his rehab facility. And part of the rehab was you have to sort of, you make amends and you write these letters and you talk face to face with the people that you've wronged. And I get down to Statesboro, Georgia, and see my dad, and he gives me this big hug. And we're not big huggers.
Right.
We're not a hugging family. It's like, oh, Dad's hugging. And he gives me this hug, and I'm crying. He's crying. He gives me this letter that he's written. 40 years, my dad's never written me a letter, but he's written me this letter. And we sat and we had breakfast, and it was just like, it's one of those, like, I know on my deathbed, I'll remember that day. And in that moment, like, I knew it had worked. But a large part of what he did in rehab was therapy. Like every day, individual sessions, group sessions, it is work, but it worked.
Yeah.
And then after that, he did 90 days of AA meetings, 90 straight days every day. But no, like we don't talk about it as fathers and sons. and especially in our community, Al. Like it's just not. But it's getting better.
It's
It's
never
getting
too
better.
late for your dad to be a hero, though, right? Like as sons, you look up to your dad.
Yes.
It's never too late. Like we love our dads so much. As a dad, we think, oh, I blew it, man. Like I can't go back and make a. You can't have a. There's not a first impression after. There's not a second impression after the first, or whatever. You can't go back in time, but as a son, we're like that breakfast.
Yes.
That was everything. That's all you needed.
Yep.
Like you're good now. You
Yep.
remember it on your deathbed.
Yep. Yeah.
As a son, we think that, but as dads, we probably bear that burden that we have to be good for their entire lives.
Yeah, I was really fortunate. My dad was more the nurturer than my mother was.
Really?
My dad was a hugger,
Yeah.
a kisser. I didn't know that men weren't supposed to kiss until I'd go to some family reunions, and I'd go to, I remember my Uncle Champ. Hey, Uncle Champ. Whoa,
Hey, now.
hey, how you doing?
Not how we do it
And,
here.
and that's right. What's going on there? This is a different kind of movie, So
Meanwhile, we hug and kiss. Of course, you're probably the same way, and I know you are. Hug and kiss the kids all the time.
Every second I go.
Yeah.
All the time.
Every second.
It's but it's interesting because Carson, you just said something. Like it's never too late for dad to be a superhero, and that's part of what I wanted people to take away. Like it's not a story of like addiction and absenteeism, and it's a story of resilience, story of overcoming. It's a story of how when there's someone that you love, you don't write them off. Like it's there are a lot of folks that have people in their lives that struggle with addiction, and they just get to a point. It's like I've done all I can do.
Yeah.
I've done all I can do. And we got to that point, and this was sort of our last ditch effort, and we tried before, and lo and behold, this time, he went into rehab, and it changed. Now, granted, he was drunk at the time he went into rehab, didn't remember the intervention, but once he got in,
that's why he was there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for reading the book, by the way.
It's a great book.
It's terrific.
That means more
Congratulations
than-
on it.
Yeah.
Another thing that sticks out for me about the book is to be a great father, it takes great women in your life. And I've been lucky enough, my mom, who you both knew, was such a powerful force in my life, losing her husband and her mother in the same year in 1979, her raising us. She was so important. And then my sister, who's my older sister, who basically raised me. I wondered about the women in both of your lives that you attribute some of your successful fathering to.
My mother. Like there's
like you can't be as good of a father as you are now without her, right?
No way.
Right, me neither.
Not even fatherhood. Like I would not-
Personhood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my mother, God bless her. Like she grew up in the 50s and 60s. To moms.
To mothers.
Hell
Yeah, to moms, because we get the Father's Day, but
Yeah.
we all know behind every Good father is an even better
mother.
woman. Yeah.
No, my mom, she grew up 50s and 60s. First, like to integrate her high school. Grew up in the projects and got kicked out of the projects because they couldn't pay rent. Moved to some new projects. Like, her dad wasn't around. Like, dealt with addiction. Then she had to practically help rear her 3 siblings. She was the first in the family to go to college. First in the family to get a master's degree. And when my father started to struggle mightily in the 80s and 90s especially, first with booze, then with gambling, my mom had to go out and get a second job. Like, she was a school teacher. She would teach, come home, make sure that we hadn't killed each other, my younger brother and I, and then she would go work at this pharmacy to
And
make
what little
ends
money
meet.
she was making teaching,
Yes.
he'd gamble it away?
Yes. Oh, it was.
Gosh.
It was like, and so, obviously, when you're 12, 13, you don't appreciate that.
Right.
But as I've gotten older,
Right.
like Mom, like she put the family on her back for like a decade,
Right.
and carried us, and
Right.
and all the while made certain that we
Didn't feel it?
No, we didn't feel it.
No.
And there was never, like, we could never use anything as an excuse. Like, it's not like, oh, you know, my dad's got these addiction issues, I'm struggling in high school, or oh, I can't. No, Mom, there was no, like, if you complained, you did not, it was just, and looking back on it, because at the time, all we did was complain. Sure. Like, oh, Mom's got to go to violin. Oh, she signed me up for oratorical contests. Like, that was my high school activity.
Right.
Which is what made you who you are today.
Well, and now you realize it, but back then I was like, dude, Mom is just, and now, I love my father, you know, and we've come to a good place. But let me tell you, I would walk across hot coals.
Right.
Now, that being said, Carson, Al, I gave her a copy of the book. The book is called Pops. So it's a book about my father, naturally. So I give her a copy just to make sure it was all accurate. I mean, just factually accurate.
Yeah.
Right. Typos and stuff.
Things like that. Yeah, I just want to make sure my memory
Enough mentions of Betty Lou.
Got
Well,
uncle's name's correct and dates and times.
She used it as an opportunity to make notes.
What did she say? What were her notes?
What didn't she say, Carson?
Oh.
I got a series
Like
of
pages
notes.
of notes?
Conversations of notes. And she would say things like, because I love my mother, but she can be a little passive aggressive. She'd say, well, you know, I mean, if that's how you and your father remember it. Oh, well, I mean, well, that's how you remember it. I mean, there were some.
Right.
And then so I had to get to a point where I realized, oh, I know what this is about. Like, she carried the family, but I wrote a book about, you know, Dad. So the next book will have to be
Moms.
It'll have to be.
Right.
It'll have to be Betty Joe.
There you go.
Got it.
Have you ever thought about writing a book about, like, your mom and dad and
Well, I've included them in some of the past books. You know, and like I said, you know, my mom was, you know, one of those people who, like she was the first black cheerleader at John Adams High School in Queens, you know, back in the 40s. And
that's
you
a
know,
big deal. Like that's the 40s.
Yeah, and you know, my dad was a black man who was an artist, couldn't get a job as a commercial artist, so he got a job as a bus driver to support his family. And she went out and worked as a you know, a nursing assistant when we were younger, and eventually ended up staying home. But you know, they were partners, Al and Izzy. You didn't see one without the other. And in fact, after he passed, I couldn't quite put my head around just dealing with her by herself because they were a package.
Yeah.
They were a package deal. You know, but she was honest. She was one of these. When I did the toast for Leela Courtney's wedding, you know, one of the things my mother said when she first met Deborah, after they got to know each other for a while, you know, she said, Deborah said, "Oh, I love you, Mom," and she goes, "Well, you know, I like you a lot. I don't know you well enough. to
Love's a
say
big
I
word.
love you, but I like you. I'm sure I'll come to love you." And I was like, oh boy. And don't think I didn't hear about that.
Right.
But they did come to love each other. And I'm so fortunate that, you know, Deborah puts up with me, you know.
I think we try and extract some things that our parents did that we like about parenting, and then there's other things they did for us that I actually don't think was great. Like an example is my mom gave my sister when she was 16 a new car, and that was like, wow, she gets a new car at 16, that's pretty cool. And then she proceeded to, every time my sister did anything remotely on, she'd be, give me the keys of that car.
Oh.
Give me the key. I bought you a car, and I'd be like, that's not fair. Like,
Oh, yeah.
just take the car. I don't even want the car if you're going to use it against me. So,
Yeah.
like, that's something I probably wouldn't do. But, you know, in our generation, there's so much helicopter parenting. Every parent wants to be their kid's best friend. So I find it hard, and I'm always looking to strike the balance of being very close with my kids and being on the level with them. I play Fortnite with Jackson, or I get on TikTok. I want to know what they're seeing and doing and be on their level, but also not be their best friend, still be dad.
Yeah.
And I will be that bad guy, and I want to teach them right from
Have to.
wrong.
It's
And,
tricky
and
to
tell
find
them
the
the hard
balance.
truths of life. You know, I'm not afraid to go there. I try and make everything a teachable moment.
It is tricky. It's tricky to find that balance. How did you? I mean, in terms of not spoiling the kids.
You know,
how do you?
I'm proud. I mean, Nick doesn't. Only Nick actually has a little after-school job, but all of my kids have a job.
They always
have had a job.
Really?
You know, high school, in college.
I had that. My parents had to get a job.
Yeah,
So
you know,
same. Did you work?
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
My parents were always like, "Got to get a job." 15.
And so that was expected of me. And
Did you make that a thing for them? Did they know?
What I guess I was kind of proud of, and they've seen Dad and Mom work hard. They just wanted it. They liked earning their own money.
Right.
So again, we couldn't say, well, you know, lord it over them. They had their own spending cash.
Yeah.
So I really do. I remember my dad said, I said, why can't you be more like my friend? He goes, I'm not your friend. I'm your father.
Right.
You know, and there was this is not a democracy.
No.
Right.
You know?
No.
But the truth can be somewhere in the middle there. I
Yes,
try to have
absolutely.
that. I want to rule with an iron fist too. I
No,
always
no.
say, I brought you into this world. I can take you out.
Yeah.
There
That
are
doesn't
rules
work.
in this house.
That doesn't work. It used
But
to.
you can't do that all the
Everything's
way.
changed.
It has changed.
It's changed. And listen, like I said, I mean, my oldest is 34. I've seen it change. I've seen it change between Nick and Leela.
Oh, for sure.
You know, you've got to adapt because
I text with my 6-year-old. My 6-year-old
she can
texts me.
text?
She can text from her little iPad.
Wow. That's
And
impressive.
emote, and she can spell because she can speak into the thing. So it's like I'm having a conversation with like an 18-year-old.
Holy
But she's 6.
smokes.
It's crazy. Technology has just changed the way parenting.
And I don't think it's changed it necessarily for the better.
no, but I do
except
think,
knowing where they are. I
That's
love
true.
knowing
Yes.
where they are.
That's
you know,
true.
but one of the things I think my mother drilled into me was certain etiquette, which I think is important to this day. I mean, I'm very proud of my son. You know, he's got his issues, but when he gets a gift or whatever, he
Handwrites a letter.
Handwrites a letter.
We do
He
that.
does.
And
I've gotten a Nick Roker note before.
You know, and that's I think those things
And you
that
shake
are
someone's hand, you look them in the
Yeah,
eye.
yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
sir. No, sir.
Our parents pass certain things on that to me I think are timeless, and it's our job to pass those on.
Let me tell you the biggest issue we've had recently in terms of perspective. Like, you remember, it was dinner time when we were growing up. Like, you ate what you ate. Like, whatever mom cooked,
This
that
is
was
a great
dinner.
point. I like where you're going with this.
Whatever, that was it.
Right.
Like, there were
It could be
dinner.
a fish. It could be some sort of
Right,
meat you
you're like,
didn't
oh,
recognize.
here's
But you
food.
ate it because it was on your plate.
Yes. Well, now we sit down for dinner.
Oh, gosh.
And it's like they think this is like some sort of 4-star restaurant.
Well, that's your own fault.
I'm not eating
I
this.
know. I know.
No.
My daughter will say to me, "Oh, I can't eat that." I'm like,
No,
"What are you
no,
talking-
no,
That's
no.
a
No, we
that's a
make
hamburger."
I make one
I
meal.
don't like fish today.
Yeah.
No.
I was like, I don't like fish today.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
one
the fish
meal,
likes
and
you
that's
today
it.
and every day.
Yes.
One meal. You're eating what we
Well-
look, we're fortunate because the kids.
We don't. We make mac and cheese.
No.
Pasta.
not right.
They get like 3 options every dinner.
This is the generational difference.
It
Like,
is.
I want to be like that.
Well, it's
But
just listen.
we fall.
No,
we don't feel like fighting in that moment. We just want, it's going to ruin my dinner.
That's it.
Make them some mac and cheese.
That's it.
It's been 3 nights in a row. So what?
That's it.
Why ruin the night?
No, because in the
with you.
long term, it's easier. It's
not the right answer,
You
but-
fight the no. Listen, I get it. But again, I don't right now. I don't have 4 kids under 12, 13.
get my head
I don't have 2 kids under 8. You know, but early, and I never had. I mean, I had Courtney, and then 11 years later, I had Leela and Nick. So I never had.
Yeah.
I always outnumbered them.
That's true.
Right.
That's a good point. I don't know how you do it. Like your name came
I love
up.
every second of it, and it's all. It's
great.
My wife. I mean,
Oh, that's
it's my
Sirius
wife,
Super
man.
Bowl.
One point I want to get for Father's Day.
Yes.
How great is it to watch your kids be with each other. And I was thinking about Courtney getting married and Nick there dancing. What is it like? How great is it to see your kids with each other, the sibling thing? You know, Jack and Etta kind of fight a little bit, but I'll catch them sometimes. And it's at night. Good night, Jackie. And she'll come over and, good night, I love you, I love you. They have their own little exchange, not prompted by me or Siri. And it's like, that is the greatest moment.
You know, and it's funny. They go, I think as they go in and out, as they're
Yes.
growing old. But
Yes.
once they get to a certain age, they know that
the love is there.
These three people or two people, that is the love that will never go away. That they know each other has each other's back, you know, and that it's them against us. You know, so as a cohesive unit, they can come after us. Grab some charcoal, butter your buns, and get the grill going. It's almost the 4th of July. Up next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is putting his very own Italian spin on classic barbecue. That's right, and if anybody knows about buttered buns, it's Anthony. You don't want to miss his provolone wrapped hot dog, a caprese burger, and a giant red, white, and blue berry trifle.
The second the weather begins to warm, even the slightest bit, my family is outside grilling, which means by the middle of the summer, I am hamburgered out. That's why I thought I'd experiment with a few new dishes that bring Italian flavors to classic American barbecue. First up, provolone wrapped hot dogs topped with a zesty giardiniera relish. Then a caprese burger with luscious creamy burrata cheese. And finally, for dessert, a real showstopper, my cannoli trifle, layered with fresh berries that's sure to become a summer favorite. Giardiniera loosely translates to from the garden, and it's something Italians have been doing for a really long time, taking all of the summer vegetables at the end of the harvest and preserving them so they don't go to waste. My version is an overnight giardiniera relish, which is more of a quick pickle. It comes together a hell of a lot faster, and because everything's chopped in smaller pieces, you're gonna get a taste of everything in one bite. The first thing we need to do is prepare our vegetables. I'm gonna get my mason jar right on standby, and all of these vegetables are going to be chopped into a 1/4-inch dice. First up are our carrots. And it doesn't have to be perfect. As you chop each vegetable, transfer it right into a mason jar. Up next is a yellow onion. I like using yellow onions. Find they're a little bit sweeter, but you can use a white as well. I would skip the red onion here just because of aesthetics. We already have a red bell pepper. Perfect. Okay. Next up, a bell pepper. Just work your knife alongside the exterior of the pepper to remove the ribs, and the core will come out with it. Same thing, 1/4-inch dice. Add this layer right on top of our onions. Up next is celery. You may be tempted to cheat here. I know it's a lot of chopping, but don't use anything like a food processor or anything else like that. You're not going to be able to control the size, and it's just gonna be a mishmash of just pureed, shredded vegetables. Okay. Just a few things left. Up next, we're gonna add a little bit of heat. I'm using a Serrano, but you can use a jalapeno or any hot chili pepper. One thing that you need to do, at least if you're me, is put on a glove when you do this, because no matter how well you wash your hands after you handle something like this, if you put your hands in your mouth or in your eyes, you're gonna remember that you touched a pepper earlier that day. I'm gonna make sure I get all the seeds out of here because I wanna be able to enjoy my hot dogs later. That looks great. Put that right on top. Next up, some garlic. Oh, this was an easy one, guys. 2 cloves. Nice and fine. Okay, let's get that in there. And last but not least, some pitted Spanish olives. Just like everything else, about a ½ cup worth. Okay, that'll do it. Let's get those right on top. Up next, we're going to make our pickling liquid. In this saucepan, I have 2/3 of a cup of just tap water, and now I'm going to add an equal amount of distilled white vinegar. First thing we're actually gonna add is some sugar, which will help with the preservation and also give it some sweetness. 2 tablespoons of that. Then because this is going on a hot dog, I'm gonna add some mustard seeds just to give it that mustardy essence. I feel like I'm making like a witch's brew over here. Some dried oregano. Never forget to season. 1½ teaspoons of salt. And finally, for a little bit more heat, just for me, about a 1/4 teaspoon of red pepper flakes, but add as much as you'd like. Give it a stir. We want the salt, the sugar to completely dissolve. So we have a nice simmer. Our liquid is clear, which means everything has dissolved nicely. And all that's left to do, pour this over, and then just give it some time. Wow, I'd hate to say that this recipe is perfect, but proof is in the pudding. That relish is going to be amazing on my provolone wrapped hot dogs.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's more than just a hot dog with mustard on top. We have to do better, people. That's why I figured, why not wrap it in provolone cheese? Cheese, delicious. Hot dog, delicious. What can go wrong, right? But first, it's all about the bun. I love a brioche split top bun delicious. I love how nice and soft and flavorful these buns are. They're loaded with butter, but not enough butter. So we'll just add a little bit more. Just an even smear on the sides, which is gonna help toast these up beautifully. Make sure you get both sides. I think I'll make a couple. Okay, let's get this on our preheated griddle. Just looking for some beautiful golden brown markings. Give them a flip. You can smell that butter. It smells so good. Don't these look gorgeous? Don't worry, I will leave them right here for you to look at. Let's throw a couple of our hot dogs. Any kind you like. I like an all beef hot dog and just one that fits your bun properly. Unless you don't care about that. So just begin to rotate them. If you don't have a grill pan and you're in a bind, you can even boil your hot dogs. These are nearly done. Let's get ready for the fun part. Wrapping them in provolone cheese. You want it on the thin side so that when you roll it, it doesn't break. And all you're going to do is take your freshly grilled hot dog, place it towards one end of the cheese, and just roll it up. It will melt slightly from the heat of the hot dog, but not completely, so it'll still have its own texture. And right into our prepared bun. Ooh, that has some beautiful marks on it, just the way I like it. Wrap it up. All we need now is our delicious giardiniera relish. Give it a nice stir. Okay, you can see our cheese is glistening from the heat of the hot dog. Now to top it with some of our relish. This is one of those instances where less is not more. Yum. Is this not the prettiest hot dog you've ever seen? Time to get ready to make my burger. A caprese salad is one of my favorite dishes, so I figured why not make a caprese burger? But instead of using mozzarella, I'm using burrata. It is one of my favorite cheeses in the entire world. The first element of a caprese burger is tomato. Slicing these into 1/4-inch thick rounds. Look how beautiful. It's one of the best things about summer are the best tomatoes. These are just beefsteak tomatoes, and I'm looking for a tomato that's going to be pretty proportionate to my hamburger patty, which I have right here. I'm using premium hamburger patties here. This is one of those instances where spending just a little bit of extra money is going to give you a far superior end product. This blend is 80-20, which means it's 80% lean and 20% fat. And all that fat is gonna translate into delicious flavor. Generously season both sides of your patty and straight onto a fairly hot, preheated cast iron grill. That's the sound you want to hear anytime you place meat onto a hot grill. We're looking for some really nice, beautiful caramelization on the bottom of this burger. I know it's really tempting to just take your spatula and sneak a peek, but you'll ruin the grill mark, so don't be tempted. Give it a little bit of time. I like super well done meat. I'm that guy who goes to a steakhouse, gets filet mignon, and is like, hey, can you butterfly it and kill it? Don't judge me, don't at me. It's the way I like it. It's still delicious. I know you're not gonna think that, but I like it, and that's all that matters. Beautiful. At this point, pick your favorite piece of tomato. I'm gonna use this one. Put it right on top. And now, if you're using an outdoor grill, close the lid. At this point, Cover it right away with a metal bowl. That's going to trap the heat and warm up the tomato. Carefully remove this metal bowl. It's going to be a little on the warm side. Right onto a serving plate. Let's get another patty going. How beautiful does that look? Still super juicy. Now for the fun part, all the toppings. Just a nice, generous portion of burrata, a drizzle of some really good olive oil, some balsamic glaze, flaky sea salt, just a little bit of freshly cracked black pepper, and then last but not least, some basil. This looks and smells so delicious that I bet you didn't even realize that there's no bun. Not necessary for this gorgeous burger. This beats a salad any day of the week.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In my family, dessert is just as important as what comes off the grill. We always need to end on a sweet note, even at a barbecue. So I'm going to be making my cannoli trifle. Let's get started with our berries. They're gonna take the longest because we wanna macerate them. So just cut off the tops, a pound of strawberries here. You can use any berries that you like that are in season. I just really love the combination of the strawberries and blueberries. I find it's easier to just cut the top straight off instead of a traditional hull. They'll stand flatter and you're not losing that much of the fruit. I'm just gonna cut these into smallish pieces. You're just looking to get them sort of around the same size as your larger blueberries. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, the last couple. That beautiful red color. Okay. Now for our blueberries. All done. Just throw them right on in. Give it a little toss. And now let's add a couple of tablespoons of sugar. The sugar is going to help pull all of the juices out of these berries. Then I'm adding some amaretto. Usually when you macerate, you add a liqueur. And I love amaretto. Has a nice almondy flavor that's really going to taste great with all the other components in our trifle. Give this a really good toss. Make sure that all of the berries are coated with the sugar. Now I'm gonna set this aside and let it sit for at least an hour, anywhere up to 4 hours. Really just let those juices come out. While that's happening, let's prepare some of the other layers of our trifle. I have a store-bought 1 pound cake. I feel like pound cakes are one of the few bakery items that supermarkets just get right. So if you want to make your own, go for it, but I don't find it to be necessary. I'm gonna cut these into slices about a ½ inch, and then we'll cut them into cubes. And that will go into its own bowl. And since I'm at the cutting board, I'm just gonna get our garnish ready now too. Some pistachios for a little extra crunch. So about a ¼ cup. And we'll give it just a little bit of a chop. Throw that in its own bowl. All that's left is our cannoli cream layer.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, jam!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Now for what, in my opinion, is the best layer of this trifle, the cannoli cream. The main ingredient is 2 pounds of whole milk ricotta cheese. I had this in the fridge overnight with a couple of bowls to weigh it down because we want to remove as much liquid as possible. And look how much came out. Just kind of help it get in there. Then just a few other ingredients. First up, a cup of confectioner's sugar. Loosen it up. Get it all over yourself. That made a mess. Straight into our food processor. It's gonna help sweeten it up. The one day I don't wear an apron. Now, I know you think cinnamon is like a warm fall spice, but trust me, it plays really well with the amaretto and the fresh berries. So, ½ teaspoon of that, and a ½ teaspoon of some really good vanilla extract. just a little bit of nutmeg, about 1/4 teaspoon. Always fresh when possible. And because we have amaretto in our berries, we're gonna bring it into our cream as well. Tie in all those flavors together. Just a tablespoon. And there you have it. Give it a few pulses to get it started. And then turn it on until it's nice and silky smooth. I'm gonna go in with a spatula and just kind of run it around the sides, just to make sure everything gets evenly incorporated. Beautiful. Now to lighten this up a little bit, we're gonna fold in some whipped cream, a 1/2 cup worth. Unless I'm making a crazy quantity of whipped cream, I prefer to do it by hand. I feel like I can control it better and it whips quicker than you think. The trick is to tilt your bowl and go back and forth. This creates tension as it's being pushed away, but then suddenly pulled back in. If you go in a circle, you're gonna be here all day long. That took no time, less than a minute. In case you didn't know, I'm also a classically trained pastry chef. Now I'm going to add this cannoli cream right into this bowl. We're going to fold by lifting it over carefully. We don't want to deflate our beautiful whipped cream, just until it's not streaky anymore, nice and combined. Cut your spatula through and lift over. Get yourself a bougie trifle bowl, straight from Italy, of course. And we're gonna start layering. First up, our cubed pound cake. We're gonna use 1/2 of it as our base layer. Give it a gentle press, just to kind of keep it in place, but we don't wanna smush it up too much. Next up, our berries. Look how much juice has released from just sitting in that sugar and amaretto. About 1/2 of the berries. It smells so good, the amaretto really stands out. I like to start around the perimeter because that's what people are gonna see. So make sure you have ample berries there. Now, of course, this gorgeous cannoli cream. 1/2 of that as well. Just gently spread it over your berries. And twist your bowl to help. And then repeat. So we'll add the remaining cake cubes. This dessert is going to feed a lot of people, making it perfect for a summer party. Get those remaining berries on top. And it has a lot of berries, so of course it's healthy. And all those juices, it's all flavor. Make sure all of it finds its way into your trifle bowl. Oop. Then the last of our cream. I like to pile it in the center so that I can control it and leave a little bit of those berries exposed because they're so pretty. That's all there is to it. Although, I think we need our pistachios, that crunchy garnish. And there you have it, my perfect cannoli trifle. I cannot wait to dig in with my friends later. literally all over. And then the other side, okay? Enjoy, guys.
Look at that burrata, just like
beautiful.
yeah.
You gotta give Belle a little bite of burger. Ah!
Oh my God! Wow.
Oh, good.
Ali Stroker is a true trailblazer. She made history as the first person in a wheelchair to appear on Broadway and win a Tony Award.
Well, now she's channeling her experience in a new novel called The Chance to Fly. It's the story of a teenager named Nat who worries her wheelchair will prevent her from achieving Broadway dreams.
But when Nat sees a flyer for a kid's production of Wicked, she summons the courage to audition and defy expectations. Doesn't that sound like a good book? Ali joins us now to tell us all about it. Congratulations, Ali. Good morning to you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here.
Absolutely. This is such a sweet story. Tell us all about it, your new book.
The Chance to Fly has been 2 years in the making. My writing partner and I, Stacey Davidowitz, we came up with this idea to write a story about a young girl in a wheelchair named Nat who moves to New Jersey and decides that she wants to audition for her first show. And it's a production of Wicked, one of my favorite shows. And we come up against lots of problems, lots of drama, and Nat saves the day. Sweet. And it is such an important story to me because I always wished that I had content like this growing up. This book is for 8 to 13-year-olds, and so I'm so excited that it's now in the world.
Great. And to that point, Ali, I mean, you didn't have those characters that you could relate to. They weren't represented on screen or in books. But here, now, you have created the very thing you wished you had when you were younger. What does that feel like?
It feels amazing. And it's one of the things that drives me every single day is to change the world and to make it so that it's more accessible. And there's more authentic representation. I think that representation is so powerful for young people. It reminds them that they count and that they can do anything.
You know, Ali, looking at this, it just is such a natural. It seems like this is so long overdue. And I would think, given, you know, the story content and the ideas, that this is going to be probably the first in a number of them. Have you already thought of where Nat is going to go next?
That's the hope, Al. I mean, I would love for this to have, for this to turn into a series and for this to be have a second book and get to see how Nat grows, not just as a performer, but as a person, and how doing this show and meeting these people really can help her change everything and the way that she looks at the world and her confidence. And that's what happened to me in my life.
You know, it's so beautiful about this. I was just thinking, I have kids in that exact demo that you just mentioned. And I think it's important for kids who are in wheelchairs and maybe who aren't, but to see that representation and they see each other. That's also part of this. It's for all kids. What are you hoping that they take away from this?
I hope that they read this book or listen to this book. There's an Audible. And to realize that your limitations can turn into opportunities, and what makes you unique can be one of your best qualities on stage. And you know, the book has all these themes about defying gravity and what does that actually mean. And for every kid, it might be different, but for me, it means that no matter what anyone tells you your limitations are, only you know what's possible, and that you can overcome boundaries, and that you can find your true self, and you have to follow your dreams and your passion.
And Allie, you have so much to be excited about. We want to say congratulations also because we know you just got engaged a few months ago. Are you waiting till the pandemic is over before you make plans, or our plans are already underway?
We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. David and I, we don't want to make plans and then have to change them. That's happened to a lot of my friends. So we're just gonna hold off and then make plans once it feels really safe to gather loved ones.
You know, Allie, I'm so impressed because during this pandemic, besides getting engaged, you also adopted this great philosophy called saying, what can I give right now rather than what am I getting? How did that come around?
That came around actually in my acting class. David, my partner, he has an acting school called the Actors Gym, and one of our sort of themes every class is to come and to really give to the group. And David always reminds us that, you know, if you come and you are serving everyone else at the table, you have to trust that at the end your plate will be full. And I try to take that into every single day. This year's been really hard, and so to really think about what I can give every day versus what I'm going to get has kept me sane. And you know, I've felt so challenged this past year not getting to be on stage and do what I love, but I think that as artists, we have such an opportunity to give back, even if it's virtually.
Allie, you just have such a beautiful spirit. My goodness, we needed you this morning. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on your first of what I know will be many.
Ready, actors. An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Astronaut Scott Kelly has certainly left his mark in this world and beyond. He's a former military fighter pilot, a retired U.S. Navy captain, and a veteran of 4 space flights. And now he has turned his personal journey into a children's book titled, I love this, Good Night, Astronaut. And good morning, Scott. It's so nice to have you with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Before we get to your book, yesterday, I just want to ask you about this because yesterday, you know, Elon Musk and Jared Isaacman revealed that SpaceX will be sending the first all-civilian crew to space, partly as a fundraising campaign. But what's your initial reaction when you heard this? I mean, shouldn't there be someone who knows what's going on up there?
You know, maybe it might make sense. I'm not, an expert on the SpaceX. So, we have the SpaceX flying autonomously to the space station and back for cargo. But, I would prefer if there was a trained person on there. And I'm a civilian now, and my schedule is wide open. So.
All right, there you go.
I like that.
Well, for what advice would you have for anybody who doesn't have formal training? How should they prep to get up there?
Well, I would definitely talk to someone who's spent some time in space beforehand, and then, make sure they know as much as possible about the spacecraft, about, what their plans are, what they're doing, especially the emergency procedures. But, make sure they seek out the right advice.
I'm sure they will, beyond Google. Well, now onto your book. A lot of people probably don't know what jobs you held before heading to space. Tell us about how this book reflects your story.
Well, I wanted to write another kid's book. I got it right here. And I want it to be kind of a bedtime story. I used to like reading to my young kids before bedtime. So I thought, what better idea than to talk about all the different places that I've had the privilege of sleeping in my life, not only space, but on a submarine, on ships, all kinds of interesting places to help put kids to bed at night and for them to imagine the places they might go in their lives someday.
I love this and can't wait to read it to my son. We do talk about space all the time, so I have to ask, what is it like to sleep in space?
Well, you would think it'd be really comfortable because you're floating, but, floating and sleeping in space presents other problems. Your spine elongates, so you might have back pain. It could be hot, it could be cold, it could be loud. Sometimes you see cosmic ray flashes in your eyes. So I prefer the bed.
I would think so. But speaking of the beds, you talk about all the places you've slept. Growing up as a young boy, did you ever dream that you would have this life and all the different places you would go night-night?
Absolutely not. I was a bad student growing up. I never had any expectation of being able to do the incredible things I got to do. And it was actually a book that inspired me when I was 18. I read Tom Wolfe's The Right Stuff, and it made me, feel like I could do some incredible things in my life if I could only get a good education. And that's what I needed, that spark from a book.
That's great.
Yeah, on Twitter, somebody asked you if you'd run in a Senate race. Of course, your twin brother, Mark, now Arizona's junior senator. Do you want to try to equal him or even maybe go further, run for president?
Well, we're always in some form of competition, right? But no, I'm very happy for him, and look forward for him doing great things, serving our country again.
Well, with the weather getting colder, people continue to follow social distancing. It's hard to get in physical activity. So do you have any advice for all of us on getting in exercise, especially since you did spend 340 consecutive days on the International Space Station?
Well, I think people should do whatever they can, because when you're living in this kind of environment in the pandemic, very stressful, that can affect your immune system, and exercise helps you in so many ways. So, just figure out what you can do and, make the best of it. If we work together, we'll be out of this, I hope, this coming year.
Cheers to that.
Well, Scott Kelly, it is so nice to talk with you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so excited for this book.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Channing Tatum has gone from sexy movie roles to the most important role of all, as dad.
Yeah, and these days, Channing's attracting a new audience, and they're younger and cuter, and they're going to love his newest passion project.
Yeah, it's a children's book. It's a new one, and it's called The One and Only Sparkella. Hi, Channing. How are you?
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
Okay, we're kind of imagining you reading the book to your little one, to Evie, with your Sparkella voice. So, do you have a special voice you use when you read to her?
Yeah, well, I use a lot of voices. It was really funny. When she was young, I would do all these voices, and she would just be like, "Dad, can you just read it normal?" and I was like, "I've been training my whole life to like do this and like to impress you by it," and she just was not having it. But the gig was up finally. I went and actually read at her school, like you do these things like guest reader, and I started just reading normal, and she was like, "Dad, what are you doing? Like, do the voices," and I'm like, "Oh. You do like them, yes." So she's a little trickster.
Oh, I love that. You know, this book is so awesome. It's awesome for parents and it's awesome for kids. And I feel like half of the books we read are kind of for us, you know, as parents, to remind ourselves that it's okay to like put on a boa. I'm just looking at a picture over here and have a crazy dance party. What have you learned about yourself as a dad?
You know, I think as a girl dad, I think I was pretty nervous. I literally ran right to YouTube and learned how to braid hair, just because I obviously don't have hair. I didn't want to be the dad that dropped, you know, his little girl off with a dirty face, missing a shoe, and like a hair in a rat's nest. So I was kind of nervous all the way around just to be a girl dad. And, you know, I was a guy that grew up in the South playing sports and running around the woods. So I was kind of trying to figure out how I was going to really connect to Evie once she started getting older. And it really, the answer for me was just to go into her world, go into do whatever it is that she wanted to do, whether if it was do my makeup, paint my nails, you know, play princess, really and truly anything and everything. And all my anxiety just went away, and we have like the best little relationship ever now. We do tiny dance parties. We do not so tiny dance parties. So we have a lot of fun. We're buddies.
Well, it's so cool. I mean, your Instagram has some real winners of you and Evie just connecting all the way. But beyond the boas and the makeup and all that stuff, what do you think the most important part of being a girl dad really is?
Well, I mean, the thing that I really try, and it's something I noticed with Evie, telling her and teaching her things, you know, verbally, or trying to help her through a problem, it only kind of went so far. And really and truly, like, I realized that Evie learned the most and made the most progress when she looked within herself and really came up with whatever that answer was to whatever issue or problem that she was having. And really it taught me a lot how to just be more myself whenever I was having an issue, is just to get quiet and really look in, because all the answers are sort of inside, and you can really attack any single problem that you have.
It's so funny because we were just talking about our kids, and when they come to us with heartbreak, which we know is going to happen, it's like really about listening, and that's what I just heard from you. It's like you don't tell them how to fix it, you let them, you guide them, you know, you listen.
Yeah. You just like hold space for them. You just be there and like let them work through whatever the thing is that they're going through. Even sometimes talking it, like just letting them talk it out, really somehow strangely just like lets the energy kind of out of it, and they can kind of come to terms with whatever it is. And I also, there's another trick, is it's in the book, is I've noticed that Evie, she likes to teach me things. So if I come up with a bit of a problem or an issue that is similar to something that she might be going through, she kind of helps me through it, and there in
That's
turn
smart.
sort of helps her through it.
Okay, we've scribbled down all the advice already.
Honestly.
Channing, thank you so much. We appreciate you. This book is called The One and Only Sparkella. Go pick it up. You can go to today.com.
It'll make your kids laugh, and it'll make you feel really good.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
He's the Grammy-winning artist who became a household name with his hit song Old Town Road, and now Lil Nas X is trading in his cowboy hat for a writer's cap with the new children's book.
Okay, everyone's going to buy it. It's called C is for Country, and it teaches kids the alphabet and inspires them to be themselves, their true selves. Lil Nas X, we still have your song cranked up. It is going to be one of those that'll be played forever. I kind of don't recognize you right now because you've got new hair. Tell us about your look.
I don't know what it is. What's different? I can't really tell. Oh, okay. So I got this hair for the Christmas time, and I kind of just stuck with it. I really loved it,
It's so great.
It looks so amazing. By the way, that song, Old Town Road, do we have it? Can we crank it? It makes you feel good.
If we don't have it, do we also have Hoda dancing to it?
What?
And her, remember how you would dance to it?
We all did.
We all
did.
do.
We all did. Yeah, was that a life changer?
What a time.
Yeah, was that a life changer?
A life changer? It's like a everything changer. Changed my life, the lives around me. I mean, it's still changing my life.
What's that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I know.
I know. So tell us about this. I wonder, as a little kid, did you ever think, like, you know what? I'm going to be an author. I'm going to write a book for others to read.
That's the last thing I would have imagined 2 years ago, even, I'm just happy I'm in a place where I can do that. Oh my God, that picture.
There you are.
Look at you as a little one. What did you want to be when you grew up, when you were that kid?
Honestly, when I was a child, I wanted to be a cardiovascular surgeon. Because I knew some people in my family with heart problems and stuff. I was like, I'm going to save lives.
Oh, Lil Nas X.
And then when did you decide that you were going to go down your path?
I honestly decided to go to music in 2018 when it kind of literally changed my life.
Mm-hmm. So this book is an alphabet book, but it has this beautiful message. What do you hope that kids, maybe kids like that picture of you, will take away from this?
I guess an honest and whole feeling that you should really do whatever you want and be who you want to be, but genuinely, because I know a lot of times we hear it growing up, but people don't really mean it. It's to be who you want, but be who I want you to be.
Yeah, that's...
Well, it's hard because, especially when you're a little kid, you do want to, everyone wants to please somebody. And when you find, the character in your book, a little boy who celebrates being just who he is, how long did it take for you to say, you know what, I'm going to be exactly who I am?
I feel like I'm still on that path. I just become more of myself every day and try to more open who I am or who I'm becoming at that time and point of time, I guess.
Yeah.
Just be authentic with that.
Was there somebody that embraced you just as you were when you were a little boy?
I can't say really, but no. That's what I hope to change.
Well,
yeah,
you're getting embraced now big time. I hope people buy your book. It's called C is for Country. You've got a new single out called Holiday.
We love it. We've been listening to it.
Yeah.
It is a holiday, right? It's a great start to the year.
Well, we love you. Thank you
Getting ready
so
for
much.
the album.
All right.
Thank you,
Good luck with your book.
Have a great one.
Cheering you on.
Yes, everybody, you
C
can
is
check out
country.
C is for Country.
Multi-talented is only a start in the way you describe Tracy Ellis Ross. For the past 7 years, she's kept us laughing as Rainbow Johnson on the hit comedy Blackish, a role that has earned her a Golden Globe and multiple Emmy nominations.
Well, now she is lending her vocals to the new animated special, The Runaway Bunny. It's based on the best-selling children's book of the same name. Check it out.
Once there was a little bunny who wanted to run away. So he said to his mother,
I am running away.
If you run away, said his mother, I will run after you. For you are my little bunny.
Tracy Ellis Ross joins us now. So good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning. That gives me the warm and fuzzies.
It gives us the warm and fuzzies too, Tracy. I mean, it's such a sweet special. And we heard you were able to record the entire book in one evening over Zoom. Is that right?
That is correct. It wasn't as daunting of a task as it seemed. It's such a beautiful classic children's book about unconditional love. And it's just the words lend themselves to an ease. And I also got to sing the lullaby that goes along with it. The author had originally written a lullaby, and it had never been recorded.
Oh my gosh, I hadn't realized, because I know that the special showcases a number of great artists, from Mariah Carey to Kelly Rowland. And when you got the word that you were going to sing the lullaby, that must have been kind of special, that you're going to bring something that we've never heard before to the screen.
Yeah. First of all, I love that you just put my name in there with Mariah Carey. Yes, I joined them for a little singing. It was such a, it's wonderful to bring a classic something to life, and especially something that hasn't been done before. And the lullaby, like the story, is just one that is timeless, about unconditional love. And the lullaby kind of lent itself to that as well. And they stayed true to the original art and brought it to life. It's a lovely, something you can watch with your family and your kids.
I mean, here's the thing, Tracy. When you're the daughter of Diana Ross, we know you can sing. Like, it's not, I mean,
No, you don't. Don't know that That's not a given.
You posted this picture from high school recently, not long ago, and since it's Throwback Thursday, we had to ask you about it because, I mean, you really are the spitting image of your mother, Diana Ross. What made you post that picture?
Oh my God, there's nothing. Honestly, the truth is I was looking through old photos and I found this one. This was my high school yearbook picture. I had taken a whole bunch of them. So there's a lot. That was my favorite outfit at the time. I was graduating. And I don't know, it's always fun to do a little throwback, little baby Tracy, 18 years old, 17 years old, I don't know.
It's a beautiful picture.
Really, no, lovely. And speaking of, because your hair is so on fire there, and you recently started a hair care line specifically for women of color, not only helping them with their hair, but also a portion of the proceeds go to some organizations that are empowering women and people of color. Why was it so important to make sure you include that piece of it?
Well, there's 3 missions at Pattern Beauty, which is to meet the needs of the curly, coily, and tight textured community, to celebrate authentic beauty and be an active space that is centered around Black beauty, and also to be in an ongoing dialogue with organizations that have a like-minded mission of supporting safety, justice, and equity for people of color and women. And so that was built into the foundation of my company. I'm the CEO and founder. I'm the majority owner. And it was really important to me that we be in an ongoing dialogue with the community that we serve. I think that's part of it. And that we be nimble so that we could move with supporting organizations depending on what our community is actually in need of. So, for example, during COVID, we were able to work with an organization that was specifically doing COVID relief. We just recently donated to a really wonderful organization in support of AAPI, and we can regularly kind of move into spaces that need attention.
Tracee Ellis Ross is a singer. Tracee Ellis Ross is an entrepreneur. And oh, by the way, Tracee Ellis Ross just finished filming season 7 of Blackish as well. One of the first shows to start filming again during the pandemic. How was that, Tracee?
It was intense, I have to say. We went back early. We went back in July, I think. We finished 21 episodes at the beginning of this month. But it was really exciting as we got more comfortable with the sort of military precision safety protocols to find joy in a time that was not easy to find joy, and to be able to do what I love with people that I love and trust, and to do it safely. So it was a real blessing to be able to go to work and make the TV that, gets to entertain some people in the midst of a really, really unprecedented time.
Tracee Ellis Ross. Tracee, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday morning. And by the way, The Runaway Bunny, it's streaming now on HBO Max.
All right. Take care, Tracee. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you both.
You too.
You're involved in something special. It's launching today. It's called Fertility Out Loud. Tell us about it.
I have been very out loud with everything I've ever said, basically. So I figured, why not be out loud about something that was really actually very important to me? I think our journey with fertility and infertility has been very public for a very long time. And I just felt that the more public we were, the more public other people were. And I didn't feel that I had anywhere to go, but to be able to have a place that families are able to go to where they can, get answers to all of their random questions, and to be surrounded by people that are going through the same things. It's just an important thing.
Do you feel that there really, for a lot of women, just aren't a lot of places to go to find out your options and fertility treatment options? I mean, I think sometimes women feel isolated and alone.
Yeah, because nobody talks about it. It's not a thing to be ashamed of.
I came out a while ago about my infertility issues. I talked about a miscarriage, and I was really nervous about putting myself out there. And I know you've been very open about your loss too. And it was like the floodgates opened. There were women just waiting in the wings to tell their story. What does that mean to you to be able to give women that space to just share their story?
I look back on it and it feels like such a blur. It's like being on a roller coaster and holding your breath and then not really remembering it at the end. I just know that the way we shared it was super hard, and it was super hard for John. But for some reason, I knew that it would help a lot of people. There was one moment that really struck me, and that was being at the grocery store and somebody just quietly laying flowers in my cart. And then I realized that there are so many women that don't get this kind of attention because they're living through this privately and quietly. And it just was a big moment for me where I realized that I could be this person that people could see and look up to as somebody that had a platform where their stories were going to be recognized. So for me, that was a very defining moment.
What would you want to say to those women who've experienced loss, or who are going through the IVF journey, or who are feeling guilty that their bodies aren't working the way they want them to work? What would you say to those women right now?
First of all, there's so many different ways to make your dream happen now. coming to terms with the fact that I can't carry again has been something really tough, and I've agonized over it, because to me it's when I'm at my happiest. I loved being pregnant, and the fact I got to do it twice, I think, was miraculous enough. There's a way to have that beautiful child, whether it's your own or, whether you adopt. And I think the more that we share our stories, the more people will realize that they connect with one of those stories. And that's really important. And there's something so beautiful about that.
Finally, talk about your support system. Your mom, Pepper, was on the other day with us.
She videotaped herself being on the Today Show. I'm like, this is a very popular show. It's gonna air everywhere. I'm like, you don't need to videotape it on the side. But I'm so proud of her. Honestly, I swear to God, I think her book's doing better than either of my books.
We've all kind of had these challenging moments, and it feels like a cloud, and you don't know when the sun will come out again. But how are you doing today? How is your spirit?
I feel really good. I feel really positive. It feels like a time to renew and re-energize. And I love that feeling. And I hope that no one thinks my pink hair seems like I'm going crazy, because I'm actually just discovering myself.
I saw the pink in it, and I'm like, you know what? Live your best life, my friend.
I love it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm almost 40, but whatever. I'm going to do it. I don't care. The term "you only live once" is really applying to me these days, so I'm going for it.
I really loved our conversation.
It was a good conversation.
And she's making it accessible to talk about fertility issues, and it's a great campaign she's working on. So you can head to today.com to check out stories from couples sharing their infertility journey as well.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Kyle Busch is best known as a NASCAR champion.
52nd career Cup victory for Kyle Busch.
Off the track, he's simply known as Dad. But getting that title hasn't been easy for Kyle and his wife, Samantha.
After getting so many negative pregnancy tests, it's hard. After going on social media and seeing all these people announcing that they're having children, I mean, it does a lot to you as a woman and to you as a couple.
More tests reveal that Kyle, too, had male factor infertility.
Being the male and being a part of all of this infertility issues, you wouldn't necessarily think that your sperm's not good enough or you don't have enough or whatever it might be. It's like, I'm good, I'm no problem, I got this. And we found out that I had issues as well too. It made a lot more sense. The doctor basically told us the two of you are never gonna conceive naturally together.
That's when the couple turned to in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
I do feel that going through it, I was depressed, and you kind of isolate yourself from family and friends. But honestly, once we got started, it was such a relief, and it was nice to have a game plan. And he gave me all my shots, and I felt like we were, in it together. He was good. He was a good doctor.
Then, after countless negative pregnancy tests, finally, a positive.
Literally, anybody I could tell, I told, so.
She was very excited to have Brexton be born and to share in that moment and that joy and celebration of him being born. Man, there's nothing else like it, that's for darn sure.
Yeah, it was just crazy after trying for so long and feeling so defeated and wondering if it was ever gonna happen. And then when he was finally in our arms, it was just miracle.
But their story doesn't end there. Last year, eager to make Brexton a big brother, they got pregnant again from one of their frozen embryos.
So today's the big day that we've been waiting for.
This time, a baby girl.
And so we announced on Thanksgiving Day, and then so a week later we had to announce that we lost her. And the hardest part was having to tell Brexton, because he constantly asked where she was and why God took her and why she wasn't going to be living here. Yeah, and we explained that she was an angel in heaven with God.
Now, with broken hearts, they are focusing on raising awareness.
It was hard to talk about that publicly, but we knew that we needed to, because there's so many women that go through a miscarriage, and it's devastating and it's lonely.
Through the Samantha and Kyle Bush Bundle of Joy Fund, they have given grants to 35 families struggling to afford IVF.
There's plenty of other couples out there, people out there that can't go through this because they don't have the funds to be able to go through this.
We're the type of people that we try to figure out what we can learn from it and what we could do to turn it around and help other people.
So welcome to Samantha and Kyle.
Thank you.
You know, you've gone through so much, and you could just be isolated in your pain, but you know that other families can't afford IVF. In some ways, that's the only chance of having families.
Completely. I know when we were going through this, just the emotional and the physical struggles, but for so many couples, it stops right there. They know IVF is their only option and they can't afford it. And we just knew God put it on our hearts that we had to do something about it. So we started the Bundle of Joy Fund, and yeah, we're up to 37 families, 19 babies born, 3 more on the way this year, and we're getting ready to do more grants.
Yeah, when you were watching the video, you referred to them as your family.
Yeah,
they
they're
are
our
your
extended family now.
Yeah, we had a whole play date with all 35 of them, all the kids running around everywhere at one of Brexton's favorite play places. So it was really cool to have everybody together for a day.
How are you guys doing now?
You know, we're good. There's good days and there's bad days still. We want to try again, but I've been having a few medical issues, so we're kind of on hold for the moment, but you know, we'll get there one day. It's still almost every day Brexton asks where his little sister is, and we're getting there.
Relatively young. We're still good.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
And your time is going to come.
Yeah,
but thank you for helping so many others. You're going to be back with us.
The desire to become parents leads many to do whatever it takes.
Physically, emotionally, and financially. I mean, the hardest thing that we've gone through.
I feel like everyone should have the right to, have the choice to start a family.
I was very overwhelmed by the money that it required for me to go through with it.
These 3 families each found a different path to parenthood with a lot of love, creativity, and determination.
Isn't that a treat?
In Denver, Abby and Sean Mercado are parents to twins, Max and Annie, 2 miracles via the process known as in vitro fertilization, or IVF.
It's very expensive. We wanted to start a family. We prioritize that above, the dollar.
The average cost for one cycle of IVF is around $25,000. Most families need multiple cycles to get pregnant, but IVF is not typically covered by health insurance, so many have to get creative. For the Mercados, that meant taking out a second mortgage.
How hard was that decision to take out a second mortgage?
It wasn't hard because this is what we wanted.
In Brooklyn, Julian Zaytouni, a single dad, decided to pursue surrogacy to start his family, a process that can top more than $100,000.
It's been a big sacrifice personally. It's like working a lot, taking every job possible, saving money everywhere I could.
After saving for 10 years, Zaytouni found a nonprofit organization, BabyQuest, which provides surrogacy grants, the extra money making all the difference.
You talked about all of the emotional setbacks, the financial setbacks, but when you hold her, do you remember any of that?
Everything vanished right away. As soon as she was born, all the heartache, all the anxieties that I had to endure, the sacrifices were worth it.
In Michigan, Thomas and Katie Berlin struggled with infertility for 5 long years.
You just reach a point where it's like, we can't just keep spending this money. We're going to go under.
Finally, they decided to adopt, a process that can also cost tens of thousands of dollars.
Why wouldn't we want to pursue adoption and start a family? And just like my parents adopted me when I was a baby.
When they met Lily, they thought their lives were complete until a surprise phone call 2 years later.
It's your little sister, Maya.
Lily had a new biological baby sister.
There was not a hesitation. We knew we were going to adopt Maya. But financially, are we going to be able to afford to pay for another adoption?
The Berlins wound up receiving a grant through a nonprofit called Gift of Adoption. These parents all speaking out because they want to see more resources for those struggling to build a family.
Hopefully in the future, people will not have to sacrifice so much to become parents.
It may not have been that family that you envision. This isn't my family. These girls are our daughters.
My world was black and white before, and looking at them makes the world colorful.
Big hug.
I so enjoyed meeting and talking to those families, and I salute them for speaking out. And Peter and Dylan, going through this process was so life-changing that Abby Mercado actually started a company called Rescripted to help patients who are struggling with infertility and who are looking for guidance. And each family wanted to speak out to help raise awareness about the struggles and also opportunities that exist. Claire, good morning. Thank you so much for being here this morning. It means so much. Let's dive right in. For the 12% of families who are struggling with infertility and with the finances of it, where can you start to look for help?
Yeah, well, thanks, Kristen, and thanks for talking about this important topic. So the first place to go and look for help is really going to be to turn to your employer and connect with your HR department, or if you have a Ben admin portal, you want to check and see if you have any employer coverage. It is the case that more and more employers are starting to offer coverage around fertility and infertility for just the reasons we heard in those stories. Now, if you after you've talked to your employer, you might reach out directly to your insurance company and see what type of coverage you have directly, get that information. And then the last but not least is, depending on where you're living, we are seeing a slow but steady trend of more and more mandated coverage at the state level. Now, only about 5 states really do offer coverage today around IVF cycles, which is the most expensive, that $25K ticket price that you talked about. But it is trending that way, and you have those states on the screen now. And then I will say that, it is the case that about 10% of Americans or 10% of consumers have coverage today, and the other 90%, as you mentioned, are looking for other means. And of course, we'll touch on those.
And Claire, we just heard from one family that's been saving for a decade, another that took out a mortgage in order to afford becoming parents. What financing options are available?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So, at Future Family, we hear a lot of those stories too. And unfortunately, the last thing you really want to do when you're facing a fertility struggle is to really delay treatment, right? You actually want, for emotional reasons, but also it turns out for biological reasons, you want to be able to get access to care. So for financing options, I would say that there are grants, and you've heard about that from several of the stories. There are also, we're seeing more and more people turn, of course, fertility is a family affair, to get support from their families, if that's possible. And now there are, rising categories of personal loans that you can access, low interest rate loans that are designed around fertility to really help you start that journey. So there are more financial resources. And as you also highlighted, Resolve.org, National Infertility Association, is a good jumping off point for things like grants.
All right, Claire Tompkins, such important information. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your joining us this morning. Thank you, and we will have all of this information and more up on our website today, Doug.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Ready actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This morning, a closer look at the pandemic's impact on couples struggling with infertility.
Yeah, over the last year, the fertility industry has been really hit hard with delays and interruptions and devastating thousands of women and men with hopes of growing a family. NBC's Erin McLaughlin has more on that. Hi, Erin. Good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. We've talked about the heart-wrenching delays COVID has caused for medical procedures like surgery and cancer care. Well, it's also taken a toll on another sector of healthcare, fertility treatments. With IVF and other procedures delayed, even canceled, as clinics shut down nationwide, leaving many women desperate to conceive, anxious and waiting. Today, 1 out of 10 couples in the U.S. struggles with infertility, a struggle now made even harder by COVID. While there's no hard data on COVID's impact on fertility treatments, we spoke to multiple clinics nationwide who told us COVID restrictions have forced them to reduce their staffing and appointments, causing large patient backlogs.
There are centers that have over 100 patients that are still in line to do treatments that they were supposed to have done before the pandemic.
And can these delays impact a patient's chances of getting pregnant?
It impacts their chances depending on their age.
Meaning they could miss their window of having enough healthy eggs.
Infertility is so many hurdles anyway, and then we threw this virus in it that just kept adding more hurdles for us.
Dara and Andy Truax have been trying to get pregnant for 4 years. The Kansas City couple was supposed to start fertility treatments last March, but when the pandemic shut down their clinic, everything was delayed for months. Dara was finally scheduled to start IVF in September, but then even more delays after she tested positive for COVID.
I just felt like it was never going to happen. Like I was never going to be a mom. We were never going to have a baby. And that was just really scary for me.
On top of these delays, many centers are seeing record new demand, including sperm banks. At Seattle Sperm Bank, one of the largest in the country, sales have skyrocketed 20% since the pandemic began, while sperm donations have plummeted. This on top of the FDA's mandatory infectious disease quarantine of 6 months for all samples. What does that mean in practical terms for families?
Currently, the average waiting time is 3 to 6 months. 6 months from now, that could be even worse.
Now there's new hope for patients who want to be proactive from home and avoid this backlog altogether.
It's as simple as peeing on a stick, and you can identify if you have a problem with ovulation.
After enduring multiple rounds of IVF to have her son, scientist Amy Beckley discovered her fertility was actually caused by ovulation problems, a common issue that's easily treatable and eliminates the need for IVF, but is often missed by doctors.
This is where Prove can help.
So she designed Prove, the first FDA-cleared home test for ovulation problems.
You take it, you get those results, and you have this powerful information that you can share with your doctor over a virtual visit.
For the Truax, whose only option was IVF, they say faith and patience have gotten them through. Recently, their first embryos were transferred, bringing them one step closer to achieving their dream.
We just want to have a house full of kids. We had to just decide every day that this was worth fighting for.
The Truacks say because of COVID, getting to this point has taken them over a year, twice the time it would have taken without the delays. Savannah?
It is so emotional to go through that whole process. And Erin, for folks who are struggling right now with infertility, do you have any other tips to make this process a little easier during the pandemic?
Yeah, because clinics are so busy right now. Experts say try to do as many home fertility tests as you can and consult with your doctor virtually. They also recommend men get tested too, since 50% of all fertility issues are related to male infertility. And remember to take care of yourself. Simple things like diet and exercise, getting enough sleep, and decreasing stress all can impact your ability to get pregnant. Guys.
Yeah, it's so hard though. I remember people would be like, don't stress out about getting pregnant. You're like, that stresses me out. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, it's a really important story. Thank you, Erin.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
My surrogate, who wants to remain anonymous, wrote this letter, which explains how she feels. She says, my calling to become a surrogate came long before I even had a child of my own. I first heard about it back when I was a teenager. My cousin told me about the many miscarriages she'd had over the last few years. I remember the hurt and pain in her eyes as she told me the story. She was given a few options to think about down the line, and surrogacy was one of them. While it was not one of those topics that many talked about or even knew about, it intrigued me. I did some research, and it's been a dream of mine ever since. Nearly a year after giving birth to my son, I applied with an amazing agency who matched me with the most perfect couple. We have grown so close since we were first introduced back in May of 2019. They absolutely adore my son and are literally the sweetest people I've ever met. I definitely consider them to be a part of my extended family, and I can't wait to see them hold their baby girl in their arms. Although this process has not been an easy one, considering the first failed transfer and COVID delays, I have learned so much about myself. It has been rewarding in ways that I can't fully explain. I'm looking forward to completing this journey and having the surreal experience that many other surrogates have already had. No matter how much research I've done, nothing could have ever prepared me for this feeling. While it may be overwhelming at times, I'm humbled that I am able to do this for anyone. It is heartbreaking to hear the stories of families who are unable to conceive and want nothing more than to become parents. I know I cannot help every family, but I will do this as many times as my body allows. I am making my dreams come true, all the while making future parents' dreams come true too. We do want to bring in Dr. Shiva Talibian. I should mention Dr. Talibian is not my doctor, but she is an expert in this field. Dr. Talibian, good morning to you. I cannot thank you enough for being here on this morning. We really appreciate it. And I want you to just set the stage for folks, for couples who are going through this. 1 in 8 families experience struggles with infertility. So when do you know that it's time to seek a doctor's help?
Right. Thank you very much for having me. So really, you know, any women over the age of 35 who've been trying for really more than 6 months without success should seek help. And women who are over 40, maybe even more immediately. Women under the age of 35 can give it up to a year, but there's still many, many scenarios where you would seek help sooner if you had, for example, irregular cycles, a history of any pelvic surgery, endometriosis, if it's a known male factor case. Also, members of the LGBTQ community would seek assistance sooner as well.
And Doctor, surrogacy is becoming a more available option to more families now. But how do you decide to go that route? How do you decide that's the right route for you?
Right. So it's not usually something that we talk about at the initial visit. And, you know, as Kristen's journey shows, it's usually a decision that's made over time, you know, as other forms of treatment are not successful. But it is becoming, I think, much more accessible and common. There's been some huge, you know, advances in the New York state law, where it's now legal here in New York, and this just happened in February of this year, and it's a big deal. It also, you know, it allows the parents to be a part of the pregnancy, and then also, you know, legally, the parents are on the birth certificate at birth, and so, you know, it really it provides that bonding very, very early on.
And Dr. Talibian, I've seen it with Dylan and Kristen, their efforts to have babies. There are a lot of mental challenges that go with this. The mental toll is significant too. How critical is that you be aware of it?
Yeah, you know, you said it so beautifully yesterday, Kristen, in your piece about resilience, grit, and do not give up. I say this every day to my patients. I say you cannot give up in some way, shape, or form. You will be a parent if that's your goal. There are many paths to parenthood, and it takes a village. It's your physician, the nurses at the team, your mental health counselor, your friends, your family, and sometimes even strangers that you might meet on social media, support groups. So, you know, I really, really, my patients need you, and they need to hear your stories. It gives them hope. And I really, really thank you for sharing your stories. You know, many members of the Today Show team have done so, and it's really important.
Dr. Talibian, thank you for joining us and for that great information and for underscoring that message. Don't give up.
Adults like to characterize Gen Z as an apathetic generation, and we don't care about social issues, and we're just on our phones all day. But in actuality, Gen Zers, especially Black organizers and activists right now, are using social media to organize millions of people all around the world for this cause that we're fighting for, which is Black liberation. And previous generations have failed us and have failed this country, and Gen Z is not going to wait anymore. We don't have the luxury to wait anymore because our lives are depending on our actions. My name is Nupal Kiazolu. I'm 20 years old, and I'm the president of Black Lives Matter Greater New York and founder and CEO of my national campaign, Vote 2000. I've been an activist and organizer since the age of 12 years old. So I've been in the game for 8 years. I like to call myself a young veteran. Sometimes I feel much older than I actually am. But I've been a part of many different activist organizations. And as a child, I was always very intuitive, always super articulate and outspoken. And a lot of times it used to get me in trouble when I was younger because I just did not shut up. So, and my mom will even tell you, like, I used to read the newspapers and I'd be telling my mom about the current events that's in a newspaper at 5 years old. So I've always been like very political even before I knew what it meant to be political.
New details in the investigation into the shooting death of Florida teen Trayvon Martin. The 17-year-old died from a single gunshot wound to the chest, fired from intermediate range, according to an autopsy report reviewed by NBC News.
The FBI is gathering information and evidence as part of a civil rights probe to find out whether or not Martin was shot by George Zimmerman because he was Black.
So Trayvon Martin's case definitely wasn't the first incidence of police brutality that I've heard of or I saw on camera. But at 12 years old, I was starting to be able to understand what that actually meant. And when I saw Trayvon Martin's case and what George Zimmerman did to him, it was absolutely inhumane, and I was angry. And I couldn't fully articulate how I felt at the time, but I knew that I was angry and I had to do something. And that's when I came up with the idea of holding a silent protest at my middle school. And I came to school with my hoodie on and a message taped to my back, "Do I look suspicious?" And eventually I ended up being written up, ironically, by my history teacher. And the only ally I had throughout that time was my math teacher. And this woman literally risked her job by marching down to the principal's office with me in solidarity with her hoodie on. And we debated back and forth with the principal for a few hours. And instead of suspending me, my principal had me go home and have my case ready for him tomorrow. I looked up my First Amendment rights, and then I came across the case Tinker versus Des Moines, which in short is a Supreme Court case that established the right for students to peacefully organize within school grounds. And that was the focal point of my argument the following day when we went right back to the principal's office in the morning. And I ended up winning the case. And when my teacher and I went to the cafeteria to get lunch, literally every single student in there had their hoodies on with the same exact message. And my teacher and I just stood there and cried. And that's when I knew that being an activist and organizer was my calling.
We need to live. We need to live. My brothers need to live. My sisters need to live.
The common things that I faced is misogyny and ageism, and obviously racism from other white counterparts that happen to have been a part of those social justice organizations. And it was definitely frustrating up until I came in contact with Black Lives Matter Greater New York in 2016. And I definitely didn't walk into the organization looking for any titles. I just wanted to do the work and be respected. And when I met the former president, his name is Hawk Newsom, he immediately saw the potential in me and really helped me amplify my voice in the work that I do. The entirety of the 7 hours that we were driving down there to Charlottesville, Virginia, every thought was running through my mind. I'm like, what if I'm killed? What if I'm arrested in a state that I'm not from? It was just so much anxiety. And a lot of people ask, what did you tell your mother at the time? And what I told my mom is, I was going down to Charlottesville to protest against white supremacy, but I didn't tell her that the KKK or neo-Nazis would be there because I didn't want to scare her, and I'd already made up my mind. I had a feeling in my heart that things weren't gonna go as well as we'd hoped for them to go, considering the circumstances. Like, I didn't expect for anybody to be killed that day, and for dozens of people to be injured, including me. I did not expect for it to get as bad as it did.
Watch out! Stay right there. Calm. Breathe.
At 17 years old, I never thought that I'd had to come face to face with a neo-Nazi or a KKK member fully robed. But that's the reality of our country. And our country likes to portray itself as this post-racial utopia. But Charlottesville is the perfect modern day example amongst a plethora of other modern examples that we are not where we are supposed to be. We're not even close. And that's because we have not even come to the point where we've acknowledged that. Like, America has literally put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. Racism is a gunshot wound that's consistently bleeding out, and the only thing that America is doing is putting a Band-Aid over it. And they're like, oh, this is not who we are as a country, but I would argue this is who we are. This is who this country is, and until we begin to acknowledge that and what racism actually is, then we're not gonna get anywhere, and we're gonna continue to go in this cycle. Because we're in the digital age, And we have phones that are able to record incidents of police brutality, and a lot of times they do go viral. And when people keep seeing instances of Black death and police brutality over and over and over again, it kind of becomes the new norm. And a lot of people have been desensitized to seeing police brutality videos. But I believe that we have to be more intentional in terms of how we circulate these videos throughout the media. And it can also, and it is very traumatic to watch Black death on camera and it be retweeted and reposted millions and millions of times. And Black people should not have to be murdered on camera and brutally beaten on camera in order for people to recognize that it's a problem. What I would say to young people all around the world that want to be an activist and want to be a part of this movement towards change is that it's never a wrong time to stand up for what's right, first and foremost, and your voice matters. Don't let anybody try to tell you otherwise. There are so many people that try to stop me and what I have to say because they're like, you're a young Black girl from the hood. What do you have to say? Listen, like, I can do this. And overall, it doesn't matter where you come from, whatever walk of life that you may be in right now, you can effectuate change and your voice matters. I came up with the idea in 2017 of Vote 2000 when I held a voter registration drive at my campus, and I had to get all 4 schools on board to bring their graduating seniors down to the library to get them registered to vote. And a lot of them were really irritated because they're like, why do we have to do this? And then somebody said something that struck a chord in me. They said, we already voted for the president. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, people don't really realize how much local politics actually matter. So that's why I was like, I'm gonna come up with this idea, Vote 2000. It appeals to Gen Z. I'm a Gen Zer. I was born in 2000, and we're one of the largest new voting blocks in this country. So in 2018, I was blessed with the opportunity to team up with DoSomething.org. And in partnership with DoSomething.org, we were able to get over 100,000 young people registered to vote. And I was just so proud of that. And right after undergrad, I'm going to law school, and I'm going to run for the 9th Congressional District, which is my district, right in Brownsville, Brooklyn. And then afterwards, I'm going to go run for office in 2036 for president. As a young Black activist and organizer that's been doing this for 8 years now, a lot of people would ask me before, who are you fighting for? Why are you fighting? And I would always respond for future generations of young Black people so they don't have to experience the things that I've experienced today. I didn't think that I'd see this much activation, organizing, and change within my lifetime. And if you would have told me this 3 months ago, that this many people all around the world would come together in the name of Black liberation, equity, and justice, I would have called you insane. I just didn't see it. I was fighting towards it. I was hoping that my kids' kids could see it, but I didn't think that I would see it. And now that I can confidently say, and sometimes I get emotional when I say it, that I'm not just fighting for the future, but I'm also now fighting for the present. And that's what's most inspiring to me right now about our generation, that fighting spirit within Gen Z, that we're not gonna wait and we're not gonna ask politely, we're taking it. We're taking our lives back, we're taking our futures back, and we're taking our present back.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Yes! Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food. Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen. Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, jab!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
We are back on a Saturday morning with a trendy teenager who's taken his love of styling to new levels.
Yep, and he is doing it to help some furry friends.
NBC's Rahima Ellis has his story.
Bow ties are part of 14-year-old Darius Brown's signature look.
I love mixing my bow ties.
But it's not just about the look for this New Jersey 8th grader, it's a mission. In the last 4 years, Darius has focused on making bow ties for dogs, helping to get them noticed in crowded animal shelters and adopted into permanent homes. With a cute photo, adoptions happen 3 times faster. How many bow ties for dogs have you made?
It's so many I can't even keep count, but if
You gotta keep count, come on.
But if I had to make an estimate, I'll say over 1,000.
He got the idea after seeing neighborhoods destroyed by Hurricanes Harvey and Irma.
I will always see on television and wonder how come there was all these people getting helped, but not any animals or dogs being helped.
Never in my wildest dream did I think it would turn into such an amazing mission that he has that's inspired so many people.
Darius took up sewing when he was 9 years old. Was it really hard to get the hang of sewing?
Yes, at first it was really hard to sew.
But he stuck with it out of love for a family connection, starting with his big sister.
When she learned how to sew, it was because of our grandmother. And then our grandmother passed away. So I felt as though that when my sister had to teach me how to sew, it was like that family passing down the line thing.
And for a kid doing all he can for others, is your mother on board for you to get the dog?
Yes. She wasn't at first, but now she is.
A love of animals touching more lives than he ever imagined. For today, Rahima Ellis, NBC News, Newark.
That is so sweet. And Dylan, I can't believe he's in 8th grade.
8th grade, yeah. I was not doing anything like that in 8th grade, but I'm glad he also made it so that they don't have to tie it, because bow ties, I mean, for humans are hard.
I was going to say, yeah, those dogs would really struggle to do that. I was raised by a bow tie guy, and I had plenty of trouble having my dad try to teach me how to do a lot of this stuff.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, jab!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You can be an A, you can be an architect, sketch a building to kiss the sky. You can be a D, you can be a biochemist, make medicine save lives.
Meet 6-year-old Sam White. His ABC rap, with more than 2 million views, teaches kids about future career possibilities.
I remember firefighter, I remember architect, and I remember nurse. I remember it because I have a really sharp memory.
He's inspired thousands and even caught the attention of a former First Lady.
She posted it online and then Mommy showed it to me, and so I felt really good.
But Sam isn't the only amazing kid that's caught the eye of someone in the White House.
You inspire me.
My name is Kavanaugh Bell, and I'm 8 years old. I was dealing with a hard time from some bullies, and just gave a darkness inside me, but I didn't want other kids to feel the same way that I felt. So I made it my mission to make sure that other kids really don't have to feel what I've gone through.
Kavanaugh embarked on a journey to end bullying, but also wanted to spread love and positivity to all. He used his own savings and donations from a GoFundMe to create care packages for the elderly and eventually open his own community food pantry.
It just made me feel beautiful inside that I was actually able to help people in the first place, and to actually have a bunch of donations to start my own community pantry that help thousands of people.
Another young entrepreneur is using her lemonade business to help save the planet.
My name is Michaela Ulmer, and I'm 16 years old.
At 4 years old, she entered her lemonade recipe in a kids' entrepreneurship competition and was inspired to launch her own business. Since then, she's landed a deal on the show Shark Tank and become the proud owner of Me and the Bees Lemonade.
I have a book called Be Fearless, and another part of that title is called Dream Like a Kid. We're really good at dreaming of the possibilities rather than the problems. Like, I came up with a quote when I was going through challenges at Me and the Bees, which is, don't be discouraged by life's little stings, but get back up and spread your wings. I'm quite honored that I have so much support and so many people who are excited to see Black girls thrive. But it's also like I want to make sure that I'm representing like our sisters well. There's pressure on me to make sure that I'm doing well and setting a good role model.
I want all kids to know that they can have an impact no matter their age, and don't let anybody tell you that you can't do something. I want all kids to know they can be anything they want to be.
What I want all kids to know is that you're never too young to make an impact, so get started now.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Hi, everybody. everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
You want some sauce?
Yeah, he likes sauce.
All right. We thank you, sir. God bless you. Come on down. Sometimes mistakes can turn into the best thing, especially when cooking.
Beautiful.
All right, give me a good brush on that, my dear. That's what I'm talking about. My name is Stefan DeArmond. My nickname is the Reverend. I like to say Revy Rev. I was living in Mobile, Alabama when I decided to move back to Charleston. My father had been back and forth in the hospital. And when I came to visit, I really saw how my mom's condition was as far as her sight. She's legally blind, but she cooks and she bakes. It gets a little tough, but you know, it's your parents. You gotta do what you gotta do. I joined the Coast Guard right here in Charleston, and I retired in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 180 Place is the homeless shelter here in Charleston, South Carolina. Little did I know that it would mean so much to me and become such an integral part of my life. When I got here, I didn't have the funds to come in and get a place, pay first month, second month, deposits, and all of that. So I talked to a VA social worker in Alabama, and they told me, well, if you could put your pride aside, I can get you in the shelter. I said, whatever it takes for me to get home to my parents. I was blessed to be able to go to the veterans dorm. This place have saved my life and many others. Being homeless is a different animal. It's not pleasant. You can't sleep with one eye open. So being homeless, you don't get the rest that your body needs for you to be able to be successful or even productive in life. 180 Place has many great programs, including the culinary program, which I went through, which led to why we're here now.
So my job is to take the trainees that come through the program and give them a crash course in how to behave in a kitchen, how to work in a kitchen, how to survive in a kitchen, and turn that into viable income.
Chef Angie Dupree, we have a friendship and a bond that'll last a lifetime.
Southern hospitality to its truest meaning would be something I would use to describe Stefan. Just making everyone feel special that walks into a room.
That's my girl. I've always loved to cook. I used to hang around my mother, my grandmother, and I loved it.
He is the reason this program works. He's somebody I talk about at every orientation now. For every new cycle, when I sit down with them, I tell them about Stefan and how he came in and took this opportunity. To him, it was all he needed to really change his life.
I was introduced to Charleston wine and food just right before I graduated from the program. So it was new and exciting to me. I was looking so forward to it. Chef Angie gave us specific instructions. Local, volunteer and work for someone who is local. Here's your opportunity to get yourself a job. And that's what we did. I remember the event was called Toasted, and it was nothing but barbecue. And I walked up, I didn't notice the sign said smoke. I looked at the menu, and I said, I've eaten here before.
We were sitting right next to the band, and the band kicked on, and Stefan lit up. He started swaying and clapping, and he had his black chef coat and his white undershirt. And I said, sir, you've got the spirit. I'm calling you the Reverend, and you're coming to work at Smoke Barbecue. So we hired Stefan on as a steward, and we don't call people dishwashers here at Smoke. We call them stewards because we expect a lot more out of a person than just washing dishes. After a few months, he worked his way up to sous chef and one of our pit masters, and we've been with him ever since.
So one day I was in the kitchen, and I started prepping to do some cornbread. Well, I reached into the walk-in cooler to grab some buttermilk. Little did I know, I grabbed heavy cream. So as soon as I poured it in the mix and started mixing it up, I was like, oh no! Roland came running. What happened? I said, man, I messed up. And he said, let's go with it, see what it does. Lo and behold, it came out a little bit higher. It came out more moist. It was golden brown. And he was like, wow. We passed the food out so everybody can check it out and say, well or not, we're gonna serve it. And everyone loved it.
It really is delicious, moist cornbread, and it's pretty fantastic.
That gave Roland the idea of he and I going into business. And now we have the Reverend Cornbread Company. I can honestly say that that mistake in the kitchen turned out to be something that's life-changing. And I found out that I'd be teaching a class at this year's Charleston Wine and Food. It was mind-boggling. Look where you came from and look where you're at now. There we go. Go ahead.
I want to do the honey.
Here you go, honey.
Thank you.
For the people that attend the Charleston Wine and Food and their events, they're paying good money. And for them to pay money to see me or have me teach them something, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna go down to the Superstop and we're gonna feed the homeless.
It just goes to show you there's nothing wrong with a mistake. It's amazing what happens.
I mean, his story, it gives you hope that, hey, look, just because you're down right now don't mean you stay down.
He took an interesting situation, made it an even better situation, and now it is exactly where he wants to be, helping people and giving back.
Without hope, you don't have anything. 180 Place gave me hope and an avenue, because dealing with what I had to with my parents, to do something that I really love, which is cooking, it was a relief. You know, it was my safe haven. To see people get satisfaction of something that I've created is one of the best feelings ever. When I reflect on what I'm doing, I think about my parents. Just like any child, they would want their parents to see them succeed. But my mom would say, you keep doing what you're doing. It gives me a sense of pride. I swell with pride just to see the smile on my mother's face. And it was a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
Hello, friends at Today All Day. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend.
Yeah, it was a great weekend. Hope yours was. You're watching our little digital show. It's called Today in 30, and we've got a lot to cover, so let's get started.
Yeah, and only 30 minutes to do it. First, we're going to start with this breaking news. We're continuing to cover Miami and the painstaking search and rescue operation. It's entering day 5. We're going to have the latest and new information now about a years-old